Anyway, how we doing, Jet? Good to see you. We're gonna dig into more 16 now. So in between streams, I did all the hunts that were currently available, and I did all of the side quests that were currently available. And I need you to know they didn't stop. They didn't stop. I started having to Google going, do you have to do all of them on the fucking Final Fantasy mode? Because I'm like, I don't know if I can ever do this again. It is kind of crazy. They're just like, here's 100 of the most bland saltines possible. Hunts were fine. Wow, you're awake really early. If it helps, I woke up at around 12:30. The hunts were fine. We went through those. That was pretty good. I think I might bump the difficulty when we do the side quests to speed them up. That might help. Anything to speed up the process, I guess. Anyway, we're finally going to Ash.
I have no reason to assume.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example. One that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus?
No, not at all.
I think not, if you have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand.
There is no Christianity on Ash.
Why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss.
I have a large beard. Maybe I should be like Harpocrates, or as I call him, Wikipedia's over here, and just start doing this weird, like,
I am relieved to discover it.
5 little rat tail thing.
I shall guard it with my life.
Like 5 braids. Should say rat tail, that's usually in the back.
Join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
I need to go up to them and say, hey, that thing I was gonna do, I'm still gonna do it. And they're like, oh man, that's crazy, dude. Go ahead.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
A new braid for every decade you reach. Yeah, we'll probably cap at 3 then.
My apologies.
I'm sickly and it took me an extended period to go across.
So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain.
So really, this will be
going.
Like an action game. It'll just be 2 people and a dog.
Preferably a good one.
Maybe Gav. We can get one Gav.
Yes, I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though, just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe.
Jill, you,
You'll be needing passage
protect
home.
the boat.
But... Very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Jill, protect the boat. But it's more from a background narrative perspective, because we never actually interact with the boat ever in the game. It's not like a base or a mini base or something. It's just like we're sailing there, so the boat's having a thing. You know, it's not like in an old FF where you like go back to the boat and there's like dudes there. It's not like the High Wind in 7 when you go up and there's like a bunch of dudes that we don't go to the boat. Jill's basically dead in my eyes. Anyway, let's go. Been playing Spiral Reignited. I enjoyed those.
How do you split the sea?
Is something wrong?
Not at all, honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
I guess they just wanted another thing to like pop before they opened up the map, because that was the most like nothing, like 10 seconds. Anyway, here we are on the final continent of the game. We gotta move our way all the way up to the Big Rock. KH3 Pirates World boat section was neat. It was. Dog.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
It was more of a consensual thing. Don't worry, it was like, you know, wasn't that forceful. And to be honest, Joshua also wished she was a bit more active.
Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
Hello, Prowley. Great to see you.
I used my gift.
This scene, yeah.
Because I thought
Some would say this scene is one of a kind. Why is my timing like this? I saw you in chat and I genuinely cringed for you.
I do.
Then so be it.
You can't just do things on your own, Clive.
Just don't forget.
Anyway, Clive, the final set of things you're going to be doing will be on your own.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Spyro's a wonderful franchise, unlike that demon. Crash Bandicoot. Fuck that guy.
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Unlike that demon Mario. Mario's like true neutral. I can't feel any hatred. You know, aside from the really shitty Paper Marios, but aside from that. Dude, check Twitter. Fuck you. I saw it happen. Like, I looked to the right before you before you reacted.
We're in Waloed territory now.
You're doing the equivalent of a ding-dong ditch at my house.
I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Mario RPG. Remake Mario's badass. That's true. Some hit harder than others.
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
Did I apply for the missing link beta for Android? I don't have Android.
This place is as dead as Greek.
Then every time I tried to apply for various things, they only gave me like European region stuff, so I never had a chance of getting in. I'll just watch Damo streams. I saw he got in, and he's like the big person who compiles Cage mobile stuff, so I guess I'll just watch through that. US is screwed. Thanks for beta testing it, rest of the world.
I knew I smelled something.
I see only orcs and a Kashik here.
Let's hope the villagers make it out in time.
I don't want to bother looking up how to do it. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm just gonna predominantly wait until the launch and then just play it on probably an emulator. That'll end up being more comfortable. Probably gonna be back in Europe when it comes back. That is pretty funny. It makes me XD a little bit. Yeah, we got some Giga Flare. We got some good stuff by this point. Oh, good, more orcs. Huh. Guess we could do group shots. I was like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, oh, Joshua's just popping off. I was like, what the hell is that? That's scary. Oh god, they put the field up on them. Have to fight the Heartless at the Coliseum instead of Shibuya, and that's fucked up. You had a chance. Yum, yum. Oh, you guys are over there. What are you doing? Come on, dude. You're getting the magic in the dog. I'm trying to figure out what time it is, but seeing how few people there are here, I can tell it's way early. It is 7:13. Let's go! Nomura planned for you to ask this question at this very minute. Let's go.
Where the hell are the royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
I decided it's probably better to stream earlier than trying to push it way later, despite me being up for a while. That way I don't come to the stream exhausted. And to be honest, this is like the This is like the second string stream. It's not like the good one. The good one will be tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna do everything content-wise in this game that isn't the final boss or DLC, so that tomorrow can be no bad side quest content, or at the very least no bad old content.
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
Yeah, having a window to stream here is yeah, I imagine it's a nightmare.
My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stone here.
Yeah, tomorrow's Echoes of the Fallen with Omega, Rising Tide, and the final boss sequence. I picked a really bad time to get into that. Yeah, you basically, yeah, it's not great.
Clive, you must go on ahead without me. This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older.
It's okay. Your Twitter's so popular. You get decent enough numbers. You got like a head start.
And if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
It'd be worse if you averaged like 2 or 3 per show.
All right.
You're like, I don't know. I can stream like once a week, if that, on a good week. Can't even pull anything.
You sure about this?
About leaving my brother on his own. Of course. Mostly.
I think it's fun. Oh yeah. I just know plenty of people that have tried, streaming, and they get a little demotivated by certain numbers and stuff.
But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called...
So I usually talk about it from that aspect, because I know that affects a lot of people. Hell, it affects me. If the chat's, like, glacially slow, I get upset at the chat for not talking, so I just stop. And I'm like, fine, if you're not gonna participate, then neither shall I. Hi, True Storm.
Like a morble's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us. This one.
Yeah, I never appoint blame. What I'll do is there'll be silence for like a minute, maybe a minute and a half or two, and the chat hasn't said anything in several minutes, and what happens is I'll go, oh, chat, you're so right. You really fucking nailed that one. And then no one's talked in the past like 7 minutes, and I'm like, hell yeah, dude. It happens a little bit more often whenever I have to do sub-only mode for newer games, but you know. Fast chat scare me. Ideally, I'd like it to be a decent speed, but I'm not looking for something that's just like one of those 2,000 viewer streams where it's mostly just emotes or slander. Nah, that dude's scary. I think we gotta leave. Nah, I'll fight it. Why not? I don't want to become under-leveled in this RPG. Yeah. That was painful. There we go. At the very least, it helped me avoid damage. I don't think that actually did much else. Forgot I should be spamming satellite. Pop. Yeah, it takes like ridiculous dedication to like grind an audience from absolutely nothing, especially in this economy. It was easier if you started in like the end of the 2000s going into the 2010s because no one knew how to make content, and, you know, there were significantly less people doing it. Yeah, these days you have to, like, get in through through networking even more aggressively than before. Maybe collabing with someone or being a secondary and then getting off through that, you know. It was a lot easier when most of your YouTube options and, you know, well over a decade ago were like, I don't know, deceased crab. Yeah, the game has changed quite a bit. You know, recorded video, Let's Play stuff was king for a while, and then it didn't really become feasible unless you had an audience large enough to make enough. I did not, but I kept doing it. I was like, fuck it, I'll keep on going, and then it didn't really make any sense anymore.
Bahamut's breath. Don't look down, Torgal. That must be Aistla.
So I've kind of made known that the game's general gloomy aesthetic the entire game has kind of leaves me nonplussed. But I started feeling it really bad when I was doing hunts earlier. Because the game will actually have you, like, you'll, like, run up to a hunt enemy. And it'll, like, appear. And then it'll do a special cut-in introduction scene for it. And the enemy looks really vibrant. Because it's in key art. And then they put it in the game, and then the game's color palette ruins it. And it does it for, like, every enemy in the game, and it made me go insane. They're like, here's this bright-ass orange dragon, and then it's like, it's now washed out and looks like shit. That shot like popped instantly. Yeah, they've coded it so that they want you to get a different target pip based on enemy. So they pop really fast if you have a bunch of enemies on screen. Otherwise, it takes a bit longer. Still much faster than it was for the first year of this game being out. It's okay, this is the remind ability equivalent. Clive Rossfield wishes he had Magic Flash. Let's not worry about dodge slash. Clive Rossfield would kill for KH1 Vortex. There we go. I'm gonna be honest. If he had a finisher that did Ripple Drive, this game would go by a point. Okay, don't say the rest of it. In my brain, I just thought of like three other elements that you could add on to the Ripple Drive's properties in RPG mechanics and started getting sad again. I'm like, I can't do this every fucking time on these streams of this. I can't. Cage 1 stun impact is gas. Yeah, you gotta remember, like, some stuff that people play on 1.5 now just wasn't in the original. You play KH1 vanilla, and besides the fact you control the camera with L2 and R2 and navigate to your limit moves by going to the bottom of the menu and not triangle. Bro didn't have sliding dash. I go, man, why was KH1 Final Riku so difficult? Now I'm like, oh yeah, all his gas moves just did not exist. I will say I do appreciate Shiva's moves having very fast cooldowns. I'm only, like, using one of them, but I do enjoy it. It does feel good to get that charge off. Alright, keep him in the air. Just punish him. This must be the fabled juggle combos I've heard so much about in Legend.
I don't want to die here, Clive. Then don't. This one. Good.
Great advice, Mr. Rossfield. Excuse me. There we go. I'm probably gonna drop Heat Wave. I'm gonna end up dropping Heat Wave and I think something else once we get Odin. I'm trying my best to cycle out everything as much as I can, but also focusing on jobs I didn't use. I'm gonna call them jobs that I didn't use in the first playthrough. That's why we've had Ramu the longest time. I wonder if I'll keep him at the very end, because we're gonna have to put in a Leviathan. Just thought about that Joshua scene. Uh-oh. Trying to find a way to word this. Oh yeah. Don't worry, you got this. I believe in you. Be a wordsmith, like Harry.
Of course it bloody isn't.
Alright, let's do some prep. Ow, 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 ow. My bad. Yep. And we got it. They're framing it as if Clive took Jill's virginity. That's what the subtext is. I mean, I imagine, yes. And Josh was like your dad. It's a bit of a weird one. Because even if you take the base what they're saying exactly reading, it's like, oh yeah, his entire conversation is just, I'm tired of Clive trying to do shit all alone. But you don't want to take that one because the game this game does not have them do anything as a group ever, even past this point, so it doesn't matter. So it can't be that. But they do absolutely treat the scene that happens that Joshua was referencing like sex anyway, where it's like this consensual thing. For some reason, Joshua decides to grill Clive on this, like, you know, he's like, the power dynamic here is too toxic. You're like an E-celeb, and that's the fan. She would never say no to you. It seems weird. Now, many of these problems could be solved if, you know, Joshua had more scenes where he talked to Clive. That's like the third one in the game. Also, there's the fact that Jill instigates the action from actually happening. She's the one that leads in with it.
Gav. Gav!
Wow, what's up?
Tell me there's more of the bastards. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna be honest. I'd probably shit 5 loads. I go, man, oh man.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
I'm sorry, that question's ruined forever.
Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
But how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this.
I forgot this is the part where he uses the he activates video game walls. Final Fantasy 15? Ah, it's spears, it's not swords. Dude, this happens in the arc after the Tower of Heaven and Fairy Tale. You can't attack those separately. You have to attack them all like at the same time or they'll electrocute you. Have you mentioned 50 in every stream? It's pretty easy to.
What did you do?
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Shit! No!
Can't go over the horse not being a part of the transformation. Nah.
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
What the fuck was that? Is that the Battle Royale arc? Yeah, that's the Loxus arc, yeah. He uses, I think it's called the Thunder Palace, where it's just a bunch of electric balls that surround the area in a field. It's the side of the CG Star Wars creed. You need to stop, okay? Your brain sucks. I'm gonna be frank. And I hate you trying to make me think that Torgal the dog is a CG Star Wars character edited in. No, I mean Gab. Oh.
You go practicing your petition.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
We don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
More like Porgal. That's pretty good.
Alright. Maybe there's something here we can use.
Gav's the Jar Jar Binks of this game. No, that's Goots. He's not there enough. True, but his hooray yippee was the exact same thing as like Jar Jar Binks saying some stupid shit and jumping around and making you want to kill yourself. Alright? You react to Goots the exact same way that people that get mad about Star Wars react to Jar Jar.
So did I.
I like Gav. I will take no slander on him.
Please, no.
Miss. Whoa, easy, easy. We're not turned, all right?
It's weird they never grew up with Clive, Jill, and Joshua until the DLC. There's like one minor moment that happens, like we were doing the,
My thanks.
There's the one when we were going through the areas before the... What one was that? The lead up to the Sleipnir area? Yeah, there was that. There was like banter that happened where Joshua was like, this is the first time we've all been together, and then immediately Clive said, no, don't banter. My game isn't supposed to have levity, fun, or any form of appeal to it. Gav might be dead. Shut the fuck up, Joshua. I no longer feel bad about thinking I killed you for 13 years and being in misery.
Said it was the Ark.
You fuck.
One by one.
People should check out that part of the stream yesterday. It was really good. It's really good because you can literally hear me slowly start to actually get legitimately upset.
By then.
It's okay. The game will never hurt me like that again.
And then the nights came. And
Why is this game so dour anyway? I guess from a creator standpoint, they had 14 that has a lot more levity in it. And a lot more bright colors, and they wanted to do something different for a palette cleanser, and I'm like, that's great. Have you cleansed your palette for the rest of your life? I hope so. Ideally, I hope you're all set. Hope you swallowed that thing the whole way, buddy.
Before the land took her last breath.
Koji Fox says they have. That's good. I like Koji Fox. I fuck with him. Except when he makes puns. Then I gotta be like, dude, what is your problem? If I ever got... I wish I could go to a con where he's at. And I wouldn't, like, give him shit. But I'd be like, what's your problem, dude? And I'd be like, here are my list of grievances. And I'll just start reading 14 quest names. And I'm like, who hurt you?
To reverie. The elders.
And I'd end going... Well, you did name 1 in 16 Caulk and Ball, and I gotta be honest, that one's pretty good.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva.
I despise his dialogue specifically. That's fair.
What about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
I'm always asking that, dude.
Maybe, perhaps. Could be protecting her from the ether. I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter.
Actually, the baby is gonna be new Jesus.
Time's running out.
This tower.
JP Gab's actually likable. I actually like the English Gab just fine. He's one of the few characters in here where I'm like, ah, okay, you're fine. We're all good. I think it's because he's, like, not always dour the entire game, and he has a decent amount of presence the whole time.
It's the same as Phoenix Gate.
Joshua went on a whole fucking adventure on his own over here.
Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
I'm waiting for the deadlock to hit the WWE arc where a guy puts a newborn baby into the crowd. That's good. Hope they, like, throw it around like, you know, like they do the beach balls. He's down bad for Clive in like a bro way, yeah. They're tight. He's always going on adventures and Jill's in the boat. No, you don't understand. Somebody has to protect the boat. Alright? What if someone attacks the boat? I like the way they light shit with the magic fireball, though.
It's complete.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Fucking, I explained exactly what it was before you could type it. They literally say, but what if the ship was attacked? You should protect the boat.
Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here.
But since she can never interact with the boat or touch it once in any part that isn't a scripted story sequence, it basically means the boat ain't real. Jill wouldn't stand a chance if the boat was attacked. Not true. If mooks go in there, we're all good. Joshua is aghast at looking at that figure, despite the fact that that's the one part of the mural that's always been visible in every other cutscene. It's always been like part of the bottom that's been ripped. But hey, everyone has their fucking brain blast at different moments. Thank you, Freaky Pon Riki, for the fucking $25 thing. Hero Pon need boing boing. Oh. Thank you, but oh.
You want, isn't it? Ultima.
Bum 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 ba da 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 dum bum 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 ba da da.
So that's how it's gonna be then.
Hmm?
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
What?
I must do this alone. If
But
I
Joshua
return,
just had a
I will find
conversation
Joshua
saying
and
that
make
you
the
shouldn't do
enterprise.
things alone.
Understood?
That was like 15 minutes ago. Okay.
Aye. Just don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
Nah, we be giving it to Goots. Don't worry.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
KZ, I found a new Twitter bit where I blame Neo to it. Don't do that. I like that game. I'm tired of the slander. Not acceptable. Pick a game I don't like, please.
They'll follow, and so will I.
Laugh now. No. Make a good joke and I'll laugh. I'm sorry. After the 50th episode of people going, actually, Neo Tui got shitloads of marketing. I was like, no. I'm good. Kill yourself first, probably. Let's be honest here. Can you pick like Harvestella? A game that only James liked? How about that? That's much better. See people freaking out about the Square Enix news because they somehow think Dragon Quest would be at risk. See, this is why, you know, gamers aren't allowed to ever get information. It's not a good thing. Because what happens is most of the time they don't know how any of that information works. The recent news that came out was Square Enix canceled some unannounced projects, apparently rebooted one, based on what people in the know about it, and recorded a loss that equals about $120 million over here. It looks much worse in yen, because I think it was like 2.2 billion yen or something like that. And they're like, we're gonna focus on higher quality games, lowering the scope of how many games we make at once, not stretching our creators thin. And people were like, that's it, guys, it's over. Someone said Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 is canceled. People were like, every Team Asano HD 2D game is over. The FF9 remake's done. Tactics is dead. Kingdom Hearts 4 will be the last Kingdom Hearts game. And I'm like, you guys need to chill out. And then I lost it because then the news article goes in and says, Team Asano's leader has now been made a high-level executive at the company, as has Naoki Hamaguchi, who also just got a double promotion. Hamaguchi, director of FS7 Rebirth, he is just the head of that business division now. Kitase is no longer the head of that. That dude is just the head of that now. I think it's because Kitase is in the same role that what's his name was Shinji Hashimoto was for like 20 years as like the head of Final Fantasy as a brand.
There's something there.
Yeah, he's like the overseer of that, so he's got like his hands and everything. Also, yeah, wouldn't be shocked if they canceled live service stuff. The more we learn about CEO Matsuda, we learn he saw a lot of good games that came out of Square, but apparently every time a game was like exceptionally bad, shit came out that went, he was the most invested in this, and I'm like, really? Does it have to be every time? The amount of times I saw an industry person say, the previous Square CEO was especially invested in this game and wanting it to work out. And it came up for Babylon's Fall, Forspoken, Avengers. And I'm like, God damn, what, man, can you pick a good one of these? Please? Like, at least one. Nobody can even say if the new Square president seems like, like he'll even be a good one, but, he's forcing about a paradigm shift in that company. I'm like, that's better than doing things the way they currently are doing. It's like, if you're gonna try and make a new shift that maybe leads to better stuff, I imagine. I ultimately prefer that. Like, oh, okay, if you're gonna try and make something new work, really step into it. Monolith Soft is hiring more programmers. That's cool. I'm gonna need you to do that for every video game developer, being like, oh, epic, Bungie is asking for two new art directors. I'm gonna turn you into the newsman. I'm sorry, the thing that you linked was so uninteresting, I wanted to cry for a second. I'm like, who cares? Dude, check it out. Square Enix is not gonna die tomorrow. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
This is it, boy.
It's gonna die in like 10 years. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be all good. It was great. It was great, the sheer amount of people that were just going, I can't believe Rebirth not selling enough did this. And then someone who's actually in the industry and has been talking about these shifts for 2 to 3 years goes, yeah, it has nothing to do with that. He just looked at a lot of projects and a lot of them look like they won't make any money. A lot of them also look like shit. And he wants those creators and producers to not be doing 5 or 6 games at the same time. The amount of money that he recorded a loss on yesterday is less than half of the amount of money it cost to make Spider-Man 2. That one really made me feel ill.
I've come for you, Barnabas.
I don't know if it's an insider. Some Twitter guy said JRPG sale figures are going to come out soon and break Twitter. Any person was like, just so you know, this is going to come out and it's going to be crazy. I'm like, can you die? The only person who's allowed to set something up for me is someone who's about to show me a trailer for a game. All right?
Stay, Clive.
You have a Twitter account, shut the fuck up, die. This is why I like Midori so much. She would never do that to me. Yeah, I imagine, you know, Japanese gamers are no different than others. They also go like, oh no, that could be scary, oh no. I know we're all united.
The tower. It's alive. More echoes of the
Yes, we've returned to, this level from, like, the first third of the game. Let's go. Alright, use a lock on KZ, you're just spinning. She talked about plants, people calling her industry plant for speaking positively on an Atlas game. Twitter is constantly desperate to come off as smart, but they trick themselves into thinking, oh, she's gonna do a giveaway of a game that she's invested in. She must be a plant from the company. It's sus that Atlas lets them roam free. I mean, I guess.
Bloody Fallen. Why do all their flaws seem to have a mind of their own?
I mean, we've had, like, a lot of Nintendo leakers that sometimes reach somewhat similar levels. And a lot of the time, the only time they end up getting shut down is they stop getting information and then they just stop being relevant. Or they get, like, canceled for some shit they did on Discord. Not to undercut how accurate or how much information she's gotten. Get Major Kluged. That sure is a statement we can do. If I have to hear about Zippo one more time, I'll scream. Yeah, none of those leakers are good. It's all bad. I feel like over half the reason people like Midori at all is because it's like, you know, beyond the, oh, it's a girl leaker, it is the aspect of, I'm gonna tell you things without giving you riddles, or giving you image hints. It's like, no, fuck you. I'm not gonna solve your puzzle. I'm not here to solve the puzzle. Tell me if they're making a new Virtua Fighter. I like the fact that Midori had information on what the next mainline Sonic game was this entire time, and at no point didn't say anything until Games Cage asked, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't know this wasn't already common information." In regards to them their next game just being a Sonic Frontiers 2, even if the title changes. Remember that leaker from last summer who clearly had access to private YouTube videos? Yeah, some people have access to Google's backend, and that's how they have everything. They should have a plot this time. It did have a plot. What are you giving me a come on for? What did I do?
That's better.
Pretty sure the director of Frontier and Izuka said they wanted to iterate on it. Yeah, the only people that didn't believe that they weren't going to iterate on some of the stuff they did in the last one were Sonic YouTubers. And, like, that level of Sonic fan that doesn't like anything that comes out, even the good stuff. They're like, allow me to show you Sonic Adventure 1's momentum system. And I'm like, I'm gonna go eat a bread roll instead. Sonic Frontiers has a plot like this game has combo modifiers. I mean, if you're only gonna speak through hyperbolic statements for Frontiers, it's like, why would I even bother, like, responding in regard to it? Like, what do you... I'm not saying it has a plot on the level of, like, some of the peak of, like, the fucking 6th gen, but it's got something going on there. And I liked the Final Horizon update and the stuff they did there quite a bit. And I liked the character development that pretty much everyone goes through in that game. Like when you say it's like it doesn't... When you're gonna be hyperbolic like that, I'm like, it's not fucking generations. Like, what? I don't know. I just feel like you grilling it in this way just feels out of step with what that game is compared to several of the other games they had in their dark age. Yeah, I don't think it's the ideal, but I feel like you came into the conversation with the wrong way of going about it, you know. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying it's a step in the right direction, and there's some really good character stuff in it, and I like the new recontextualized lore in it. Also, I really enjoyed the Final Horizon update. This is basically the end of that game. Yep, and I think it's a good game. I would never really call it a building block type of thing, because I feel like that gets used a little bit too much when people talk about stuff. It's like when RE8 came out, and everyone, including the podcast I used to do, were like, "Yeah, this is a good setup game for RE4 remake." I'm like, no, it's its own fucking game, guys. I like the, I also with the new Sonic Frontiers game, the video game that has no plot in it. I'm very excited for the sequel that they'll end up doing for it, because clearly it's going to have multiple playable characters in it, based on what we got in Final Horizon stuff. Shout out to anybody who plays that shit now, instead of at launch. Knuckles Glide will actually feel fine instead of having the worst turning radius possible. That shit must have come in hot. The way he turned in that was not great. See you later, Faye. I'm meticulous about Sonic. It's easy for me to find things that it did not do as well as I liked them to be. Yeah. I'm in that same spot as well, you know? I just think about what we got before, because I played all the games beforehand in the lead up to it, so I got to go like, alright, well, it's not any of those, and it's got good character work in it, and I like the story stuff, and I like that they acknowledge the older stories, so I'm like, alright, we're getting there. We're not at the peak of what we're at, but I feel like, you know, there's a difference from we're at the very top to we're at the very bottom. And I'm not going to pretend something below the top is bad. Or non-existent. I can talk for a somewhat extended period about the story of and plot and stuff of Sonic Frontiers. I can tell you maybe 2.5 sentences on Sonic Generations. And Sonic Colors. I'm trying to remember what happened in Sonic Lost World. The Deadly Six. Zavok's there. He's awesome. Fucking love Zavok, dude. You didn't hold down playing the 2D games. You don't get to say this. Yeah, I do. Holding down is Reddit. It's easy mode. It's for the casuals. Yeah, and I'm not saying it's the best thing ever because it clears the 2010s. You seem to be stuck in this thing where no middle ground exists on this.
Too slow. Nice try.
Not talking to you, I'm talking to chat. Focus on me. I just did this thing where I, like, pretended to grab your face and kiss it. Sorry. I'm just saying it has no plot. That's incorrect! Again, you are incorrect. This feels like something exceptional to be a pedant on. This is like something where Jason says the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? It's like there's not even really an argument here. It's just you're just like, I'm correct. I have no corroborating evidence. You're up early. Yeah, I woke up around midnight. The evidence is the game on shelves. Yeah, you're really just making shit up. Like, if you don't really have, like, a way to describe how it has zero plot, besides I'm correct, then it's like, what's the point of saying it at all, you know? I talk to people to have a conversation with them. You know me. If you're gonna have a bad faith, like, thing about it, it's like, alright. You know I'm not gonna fuck with that at all. I think the major problem here is that we both have a different definition of plot. Where you're like, if there's not enough, there's none. I'm like, oh, it's light. Like, I'm at the point where I'm at the point at this particular period where I feel like you would say SMT5 also doesn't have a plot because it doesn't have enough. And I don't really fuck with that necessarily. I'm like that. I feel like it's possible you can just be more specific. I've seen people say that about SMT5, and I'm like, yeah, the polite's a lot, but it doesn't mean it's non-existent. I don't know, I just find hyperbolic statements like that really, really annoying, and that those people should die most of the time. I'm like, come on, man. I like how I could have aimed that up and just decided not to. It's okay, never punished. Yeah, the previews for Vengeance look good. I looked at a video of Vengeance and it ran at 4K 60 and I went, finally gaming is back.
What's that thing? Hopefully there aren't any more.
Honestly, I didn't expect such a fiery conversation with Probably Over Frontiers. I didn't even talk about Sonic Superstars. Yay. I don't know why I find Oh Brother to be so funny. I don't want to talk about that one. I had a great time. Except for the final bosses that were bad. I liked the new character they made. I held down while playing it. There you go, it already starts. Did you do the second final boss or the third? I don't know what all you played in that. I just heard you were whelmed. It didn't play like a Sonic game for me to just play. Yeah, that's where most of my issues come from. The second mode is like a fucking hyper, we made all the levels harder and we made a final boss that takes double the hits of the first final boss and made me want to kill myself. It's just a platformer. I wouldn't say it's entirely just like that. That's what I feel like Sonic Colors is. But I do agree, it's not fully there in terms of a Sonic game, even if you compare it to something like Rush or Advance. I do get where you're coming from on that. Fuck Sonic Colors. Hell yeah, brother. Sonic CD is awesome. I do enjoy that Japanese soundtrack. I think Metal Sonic's pretty cool. I've listened to many Sonic games on CD. I have not done that. I'm just saying shit now. I can't be cruel to Sonic CD. I've played so many actually bad Sonic games by this point. Ball! We can't be talking about Sonic anymore. Yes, we can. There's no plot happening in 16, so I have no reason to get mad at that. I was just making a basic statement going, I'm excited for the next 3D Sonic game because I liked the last one. You had to bust in with your ham hands made of hams. Tried to cause trouble. There's no plot happening. That's pretty hyperbolic. We're in a level. You know exactly what I mean. God damn it. God damn you. There's no story happening at the moment as we're in a fucking level. There hasn't been cutscenes. Swear to God. You cause me nothing but fucking trouble. I ask you, hey, maybe not make it a hyperbolic statement and not, you know, not discount what's currently there. And you're like, I don't know, pee-pee poo-poo, look at my pits. And I'm like, I love your pits. Don't you do the wah shit at me. I'm not Charlie. I don't deserve that. Oh, damn. I was hoping for more. Clive doesn't banter with the dog. I'm sorry, there's no, like, new story shit to chew on that I can criticize at this moment because, Clive has to do things alone. Except for Torgal, who's just always there. No one can talk while we go up this tower where no dialogue happens. It is now occurring to me that it, you know, the way this game is made, you just kind of silently go through levels with nothing occurring. You know, this game's all about friendship, except for all the times that you're never with your friends. Well, that was close. How much do you think is in the slander jar by this point in the playthrough? It's less slander when I'm just pointing out things that the game does. I feel like it's, you know... I feel like it isn't even slander. I just did a howl laugh. Dude, you're just like the dog. I'm gonna be honest, it is kind of fun to just, like, punch the shit out of the game. No one can tell me I didn't give it a good old try. I played this game a second time. Yesterday, after the stream, I played for 6 more hours. That's how long it took to do every side quest, even while skipping cutscenes and every available hunt. And I was halfway in it, genuinely getting upset, going, why is there so much? I can never do this again. I can never do this again. That's what I started saying. I started Googling, do you need to do the quests in Final Fantasy mode? Because I kind of wanted to get the plat to say I did it. And then they're like, yes, because you do the quests again and get the same reward, and you fuse the rewards for a +1. And I'm like, fucking Dark Souls? Not even a +2. No, no. Fucking Northern Line would be fucking sick. God. Anyway, I might be platting this game after this playthrough on my own. Oh, we'll see. We'll see how I feel. If it's happening this month. It's not happening in June. Then games I'll want to play or be out, and then it's over. When this is over, do an Ash check. Alright, we'll do a magic dash check. Please bear in mind I did play the game off screen, so it should be a little bit higher than last time. What's happening, brother? Skip every cutscene, it'll take a day or two. Yeah, I just don't like doing it. Like, there's just a fucking intoxicating amount of fucking side quests. You, like, look at the map, and it's like 3 different areas, like, strung together, and you just see the quests everywhere. And I'm like, oh my lord. You will pay for what you've done. Business Division 3. Does plotting involve FF mode? It does, in the fact that you need to, like, buy, at the very least there's a trophy for, like, buying every skill in the game, and it's impossible to do it unless you're in FF mode because you get more stuff. We need to talk about important things like how bad PCSX2 is. No, it's okay. They fixed their input lag, they swear. I put FF10 in the PS2 yesterday, and I can't believe how fast that game is actually supposed to run. Yeah. That's why I tend to like playing on real hardware, though I keep finding an issue where I feel like the sound, some sounds start to desync a little bit with my capture setup. I'll have to look into that. Still playing on real hardware when I can, though. It still generally feels better. Is Garuda's feet the only thing that interacts with the halfway point of the will gauge? Yes. The only other reason that half of the will gauge exists is that it does a minor, like, hit, like, stagger or whatever, where it kind of, like, falls back for a second. Then you have a period to grab with Embrace. But since I wanted to make this playthrough fresh, I decided to finally ditch Garuda, so I won't be, doing that for the rest of the game. Sadly, I have an HDMI conversion, like a weird widescreen-ish. Yeah, I don't know what kind of, like, monitor, like, TV that you use, but there might be something to force 4x3 in the TV settings, maybe? Maybe. I know not all of them have it, but I did. I think I had something that kind of forced it into the box. I do that, and it just makes the sides of, my thing, like, gray. Feels like such a waste of an enemy mechanic. Yeah. Anyway, 75, we're it. I don't even know how I'm supposed to say that. Yeah, a bit of an early stream. Hello. How do you play stuff on real hardware? I'm using a RetroTink 2X Pro. This lets you use old consoles that would use like colored cables. It has like colored cables that you would plug into, say, a PS2 into a little box that which is the RetroTink, and the other side has HDMI in it, so it just converts the signal. I think that one's like $100. There's some better ones than that one. The one I have is pretty old. Anyway, Prowley, to make up for the sins that you've committed to the stream so far, I'm going to need you to be as correct and close as possible on our Magic Ash check. It's got to be 936. All right, chat, let's check it out. Magic Ash. 1508. I had to do a lot of quests and a lot of hunts. It's getting up there near Sharp Fangs. I said 1.5 last year. See? You were just ahead of the curve. I will say this, we've reached a point where I still don't know what these things are used in crafting at all. And then I hit the point where I went, wait a minute. They charge you through the nose in this game in terms of gil, to be able to buy all the records, all the music in this, and I'm like, what if I sold the Magic Dash? And I'm starting to reach this point where maybe at the end of this game I may have to just sell all of it. Because I learned that one pinch of Magic Dash is 20 gil.
He's here. I can feel him.
Magic criticizing, we don't even know. What does Magic Dash do? What does it do? Person who would stand next to every NPC to get their unique dialogue. Surely you know. You think you're so intelligent and sexy and cute and supple? Show me up. Supple? What? You gotta add something new every time. Can't go with the same shit every time. Use it for crafting. What thing?
Blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen. Butcher. What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing.
I'm surprised you didn't cheat and Google it.
Ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold. Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence.
Chad, I found something real good. I looked up Magic Ash on Google. And fucking found this post. This was the second thing listed aside from Magic Ash appearing on IGN. This Reddit post. Can someone tell me why they're giving me a lot of these items? I don't see much use to them so far. Magic Dash, Steel Silk. God. Fucking, this dude's got 1,600 of these things. They're level 3. Dude, they're like more than halfway through the game. Replies. Final Fantasy mode uses a lot of these for higher upgrades, I believe. I could be wrong, though. Hold on, we're finding this shit out now. I'll let the cutscene play while I look for it.
And persecution, severance and strife. Every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free will. Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
Okay, I know what Magic Dash is used for. It's used to craft every piece of gear that you would never craft. It's used to craft the weapons that you don't use because they're weaker than the next level's sword that they give you automatically.
Choice I make.
And you don't use it for the armor because you always go for the specialized armor you get from the Blackthorn quest that outpaces every piece of gear in the game.
But as a man, which are you? There was a time I too thought those the only
I kind of figured that's what it was for, but I was like, man.
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations.
I remember when I beat the game and I was looking around areas and then I found the Masamune. And I was like, dude, finally, like a katana. I can't wait to use it. And they're like, it's 40 points under you. And I'm like, huh. Oh.
He abandoned his creator for sword and flame. And through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few refused to turn their eyes from the heavens. And they prayed to God that he might lead them.
Could be insane to have one of every item you could craft in the inventory. That
Lord, he did answer.
some people are like that. They're like, I haven't completed the game unless I have one of every item to exist.
Paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
I think it was cinema, because he's like talking about the power of God, and then they show the statue of the god up there. I'm imagining a world where Gilgamesh showed up and got to fight Clive. It's really funny that FF15 Gilgamesh would absolutely fit in this game.
What madness is this?
It's like a Gilgamesh that's like not even like funny or whatever. It's just like a dude.
If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it?
Gav has some things to take care of, dude.
Our transgressions behind. For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world.
If you try to play as Gavin and post time skip, only half the screen is covered.
It all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos.
Can you recap what he just said in this cutscene? I had to step away from a second. Alright, so Barnabas was talking about, like, the origin of the world and how the blight is happening all around the world because of, you know, the ether getting sucked out. But the god Ultima is gonna he's gonna give us, like, the one true path, you know? Because we all become Akashic and everything. There'll be no more, like, strife or whatever. He thinks it's salvation, but it isn't. And then they play the Final Fantasy I field theme, because this is supposed to be an inverted version of Final Fantasy I, where we have to, instead of protecting and saving the crystals, we have to destroy the crystals. And then Barnabas says that you have to, like, believe in this god as our salvation, and then the game will pan up to the statue that is below us of Ultima, the god. And then I put my arms up and did the Scorsese cinema thing.
Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you, but the weakness of yours.
And Barnabas is like, you're weak because you have an iron will that weighs you down, but I don't have a strong will, and that makes me stronger. I'm like, that's sick, dude.
If you think your will the stronger, prove it. By this day's end, you shall know the truth.
Well, that was. I don't even think much of what happens here is a direct reaction to anything in 15. You'll, like, get interviews where he's like, I wanted the game to have a fully finished story and the DLC to be additive. I'm like, yeah, I think every fucking video game wants that, alright? You ain't fucking special. Yeah, not everything is about being cucked. We gotta learn more words. And by we, I mean people that aren't me. Yeah, we got the satellite proc, too. So I can just, like, mash the magic button while this Giga Flare pops so we can double up. Everyone with a personality is a fail girl, by the way. People accidentally fall into misogyny in ways they couldn't even expect. If Clyde summoned his own horse here, I would have still hated this, but it would have been so funny. Dude. Dude, they should have had, like, Torgal be his steed. If they didn't drop the fucking plot point of the Fenrir stuff and gave it a little bit more juice. Like, he gets, like, a big upgrade, so he's like big dog. Oh yeah, I forgot that since there's no real icon fight against Odin in this game, they just put the big health bars there for the one quick time event you do.
You will not defeat me otherwise. We'll see. Perhaps you still require persuasion.
It's the only time in the entire game that where I feel like I'm like, oh, okay, you know, you eventually had to ship something. Big ass AoE move. If only I could be so lucky. Oh, okay, we got it. Oh yeah, that's what I mean when I'm like, they kind of ran out a little bit. Where I'm like, you could clearly like put a midway point icon fight there, but they don't really do that. What if he got really big though? What if I made it really big? I forgot how stupid this is. Okay, I was about to say, it was like a... I was about to say, well, fucking our piece should probably melt too. We just killed that horse.
Could it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies.
Oh, okay.
You are not the fool I took you for. And so it ends.
Oh, never mind. Oh, shit. It's like he ran out of time, like it's a fucking Dragon Ball Fusion.
Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos. Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations. I had thought the tantalizing kiss of self.
Alright, the real fight can start now. Sounds like an SMT demon now. A little bit, yeah. He does have the voice filter, really. He's going full Xenos. He wishes.
I shall not be quick to relinquish it. Show me your work, Mythos, that I might...
Are you going to crack a silly? Dude is gathering so much darkness right now. Not this time. That one's so long, I don't even think it's a DPS check. It's just that you cannot hurt him until it's done. They have not added a boss rush mode to this. They've added some repeatable content, though, in the DLC. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, it's just dead. Oh, okay, cool. It's just a one-shot, alright. KZ, you were like a third of your health. Yeah, but it killed me in one hit. We all have our different definitions. It's okay. I have every healing item back. We're good now. I think he has an insta-kill if you don't take him out fast enough. I assume that DPS check was just so long, I was shocked that it was still going. Alright, it's not a one-shot, it's a two-shot. Jesus. Alright, get up, Clive. Get up, honey. We got this. I mentioned it earlier, but there's supposed to be some sort of, like, direction here that we talk about. He talks about how important God is and Ultima is. And then he basically just forgets about it and just gets into the fight at the moment when we're above the statues of Ultima. He's now no longer looking up at him. That's the only cool story thing we have here. I just wanted to point it out. Except the elixir. Yeah, they count those as they count those as secondary. I believe they also don't refill any of your buff items as well. Learned you can use satellite shots while you're in this mode here, which is interesting. Did I shoot them and they missed? Did that just happen? I hate when my balls get confused. Yo, you target him? Oh yeah, it's this shit. Woden worth well. Maybe Magic Dash is named after this continent we're on. The continent of Ash. Oh, I forgot he does this shit now. Dude, you're kind of like the Joker. Holy shit. That fucking double slash was ridiculous. He stole Marluxia's whole flow there. You're right, actually. Hold on. Alright, finish him up. He was at 0, but they're like, hold on, he needs to get up first. I was like, oh, okay, there's gonna be a cutscene, and they're like, no, he has 0 health. Just hit him one more time when he gets up. And I was like, oh, hold on, they're gonna do like a QT finish or something. They're like, no, we're not gonna do that at all, actually.
It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his. Clive Rossfield.
I was gonna ask if we have a QT in a while. It's okay. In the middle of the Barnabas fight, we had 2 of them. Whenever they switch us into Ifrit mode, we do it. They predominantly have abandoned using them anytime it's normal Clive. Yeah, whenever he turns into Ifrit, they had him do, like, one to punch through that. How'd you notice that? Because unlike Clive, I can't do anything alone. I have to do it with the power of my comrades, my friends. Like you, probably. In my game, you would be playable constantly. You'd have multiple combo modifiers.
Would that I had not relinquished my own.
It would have been crazy. Probably be your Yuffie. They'd love that. Replaying this game and, like, paying attention to certain lines was genuinely a mistake, though. I do kind of feel bad. That scene where Joshua says that you can't do things on your own, and then I remember what the rest of this game is, and what at its core this game is genuinely crazy.
You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world, but the one we live in. And that world is worth saving, even if it means killing a god.
Oh shit, he's right there. Is this the equivalent to pointing to the WrestleMania sign or something?
Bold words. From one who has served the Lord not. I promised.
Bold words from someone who has no reason to say any of that. I understand writing stuff like that if you aren't going to commit to them sticking together. It just kind of becomes contrary to what the gameplay is when they're like, it's all about friendship in the one Final Fantasy game that doesn't have a party system.
Our destinies, just as the Lord's Mother Crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become one with God. No.
A dude grunting and screaming, but the other guy talking's louder. It's almost FF15. Really, this predominantly comes back to, it feels like this is two games at once. It's trying to be two things.
I'm coming home. Mother.
Like, it's trying to be a story about, like, friendship, bonds, how they uplift us, you know? How we can do anything so long as we have everyone around us. And then they made a game where you have no one around you.
To consume your rival's strength, to gorge yourself on their beam, to edge step by trembling step, ever closer to the divine.
Ultima, you realize he's not really my rival. He's just a dude who showed up 3 times across 4 hours. You know who's a rival? Hugo Kupka. We had, like, more than one fight against that guy. He did things that upset me, you know? Jill's not there. As established in plot, she's in a boat on the other side of the country. And a better last fight?
Not yours yet.
I like the Odin one. A little bit better from a mechanical standpoint. I think unironically Benedicta was the best rival in the game. State your argument. I am interested into why. I am fascinated. Do I need to? I'd like it. It's not that I vehemently disagree. I just want to understand why. It's not like the Sonic Frontiers one. I'm just like, I would like to know. Ben Star's rent wasn't due. I felt the same way about Noctis when I played 15, where I'm like, man, Ray Chase, you're fucking kicking ass here, dude. You got some great stuff. Granted, obviously Ben Star's doing a significantly more crazy job here. But I struggle to think of many English video game performances that go this hard. I think they set her up pretty well at the start, and you consistently chase her while giving her cutscenes building her up. Oh, man. Yeah, you're right. She is the better rival in this. That's not fair. The first like 25 to 30% of this game is different from the rest of this game. I forgot about this scene. This scene's fucking pretty good. Of course, it's got Byron in it.
Don't ask me, ask them. Since when was Eugen Havel one to hide when there was a fight to be had? since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battle.
Yeah, everything with Benedict is good except for the very, very, very end of it, because they kind of have to just speed run. This was her deal in the pen, now she's gone by.
What the hell are you doing here anyway? What indeed? The enemy numbers 200,000 or more, counting yours. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size. Then one of the central keep held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together. The prospect of death does put things into perspective. Perspective. Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
The game's coming full circle. This was one of those dudes who was at the start of the game. I always think it's funny when people stance up with swords like that dude does that are like curved.
Lend me some of your best men, preferably all of them. My best men? Does it look like I really want? I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble, and I may have already promised him your help. Your nephew, the outlaw.
She's built up the best in terms of pacing how competent she is. Yeah.
Then you and he are of the same mind. Clive fights for the opposite.
Let me think about this.
He fights for a world.
Let me think about this point before I ask and add something to the conversation here. Hold on.
Today, to give us all the chance of a better tomorrow, even as it may. A handful of men cannot stand against the kingdom.
One thing I noticed about I was thinking about how they do a good build up for Benedicta, because they have you fight like specialized versions of her mooks. Like you fight Charada and Suparna. Like you fight one of them and then you fight the both of them in a later level. And that's like a really good build up. And then I went, but of course they're in this game because they're in Final Fantasy XIV's Garuda fight. So of course they would try to include them in here. And then I went, no other icon has that. I almost don't want to count Sleipnir, because at no point do you see that dude turn into the horse.
Does this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Dude's so good at rolling his R's, I can't do that shit.
Gather the bodies and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terrence.
My lord.
Yo, what's up, Terrence?
You will find a girl there.
A girl? We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life, and I always pay my debts.
You can't roll your R's. Hold on, let me try. I don't, no. I also can't whistle.
If I'm ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of
What happened to Latino pride? I'm in a bad spot, okay? There are a lot of things I am incapable of doing.
my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
And know that I will do it.
Farewell, Terrence.
I get it, KZ. I'm a terrible Pakistani. Our accent is supposed to roll R's and I just can't. Yeah, it's rough out here. I got a C in Spanish.
Farewell. My prince.
I can whistle, but I have no idea how to do the FFX one. Yeah, that one's weird. I actually like Dion quite a bit in this. The way they end his arc in this game, truly ghoulish. I'm like, man, that's the one thing I did not want you to do in this entire game. Out of the many things you do in that.
Clive, thank fuck. You alright?
Yeah, Neb's right. You can tell that Dion's like hyper gay because his significant other is the most boring looking normal guy ever. Yeah, Dion's whole thing, one, you know, bearing your gay rep's always like lame, but I'm like, there's no reason that he needs to go out anyway. Like, there's no reason.
So there.
Just let the motherfucker go home.
They are, but so is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
You think dropping a game 70 hours in would be foolish, but I've done it multiple times. In terms of main story, there's not much left. But in terms of side content, we've only just begun.
Gav, we need to talk.
They accidentally made every single cool archetype for a party game in a game that doesn't even have one. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do.
Ice Mage love interest, mysterious brother, heir to the throne of an empire.
Just for Edda's sake.
How could I not be mad?
What happened here?
Hey, Prelate, let's play a fun little game with this, all right? I need you, and I will do it as well. Propose one minor thing the game does that you think objectively makes the game worse. What it has to be minor. Here's my minor one. The fact that they make you play as Joshua once in the intro. I feel like this has a ripple effect across the entire game and how I feel about it.
Leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at
This minor thing makes me think on any level, oh, you'll play as other characters. Or, oh, maybe you'll play as Joshua. Like later.
The king himself was
No.
unturned.
No.
By choice. All to serve
You play as him once.
in his damnable quest to forge.
I think it helped that I knew. That part kind of tricked me a little bit, alright? And then it turns out it was like... It was... they somehow made a worse version of Riku Demon Tower.
He didn't consider it killing.
It's when I promoted the better version of this game that you got upset at me at, where I'm like, what if the, you know, what if after the Typhon fight and the time skip happens, instead of cutting right to Clive, you instead play as Joshua for 10 hours. Use that hub they establish, like, a few hours ago, and his research into Ultima, and then you finally pick up with Clive.
We are dominants. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it.
Sora actually has a party.
It is.
Clive wishes he had Donald Duck. Have a time where you play as Sid. In my numerous rewrites in my head,
But the mother crystals were
You would make as many of these dominance playable as possible. In my version of the game, when Hugo Kupka attacks, you have like a mini game where you play as him and you kill everyone. And you start like punching the hideaway. I'm like, fuck it, just make it a point where you have like a minor thing where you play it as every icon in the game. It would fit with their marketing of saying they're the star of the show. I think everything is pretty gigantic. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I thought, you know, I had one, so I was like, what if I try and put the onus on you to also have one, where it's just like, what's just something that's like, who cares? But you're like, no, this thing, I feel like, exacerbates issues in some way.
Yet, it is not merely a freat that he desires, but a freat and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the
Why did Barnabas protect his crystal when Ultima wanted it destroyed?
Quite why he needs a vessel is another question.
So that Clive would not, so that Clive would go fight him, because he wanted to fight him so that he could get him strong enough so that he could be a proper vessel for Ultima. And if he focuses solely upon fighting Barnabas, he can overcome him and get his energy, and then he can go do it. I'm really, really reaching.
A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
Muthos.
Oh, without the mother crystals.
Don't worry, we're gonna get a new specialized name in the next dungeon.
We will stop not only the blight, but Ultima as well.
I'm sure there's a reason. The way that last scene ends, it kind of, you know, he has that moment of going, everything's a part of God's plan, and then he just grabs your hand and gives you the power. So I assume it's supposed to be that trying to, you know, bad word here, trying to groom Clive as the next vessel, which is what Ultima wants. But but in the end, he goes crazy a little bit and finds enjoyment of the fight because, you know, we're gonna have that archetype in there too of the villain that goes crazy and enjoys the thrill of the fight. So this is where Odin lives. Brotherhood. Brotherhood was the name of the anime for Final Fantasy XV. I'm sorry. I'm a piece of shit.
When Barnabas fell.
Alright, let's, I don't care when Barnabas fucking fell. I care about what's in the skill tree right now. I guess if Clive died, Barnabas will become Mythos. But I feel like that wouldn't be possible because the entire bit is that Clive is the vessel and the only person who can do that because he has Ifrit within him. Like, he's the only one that could do that. He is also the only person whose body can hold all of the ether and power of the other icons. That will make him special. So I imagine it's just one of those things where he's like, I'm trying to make him stronger through this fight. That's the only other part that makes any sense besides it's a video game. We couldn't go that way first. You know? I guess we'll run Odin. Yeah, I guess we'll do it. What would I dump? I'm gonna dump, let's see. I forgot I fucking mastered pile drive and didn't even run it. Might as well. There's gonna be a lot of group fights, so I feel like that'd be pretty good, actually. Could just drop this. Just not even use Shiva. And I do like using Bahamut. Just so no one in chat, I don't care about details like these. Anyway, the anime plot details and nitpicks anyway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not that person who's like, and here I'm going into the next, this big tentpole movie, and it's like, why didn't this and this and this, why does he do this but this, mostly? I usually think of, like, high-level stuff. I'm usually talking about more top-level stuff whenever I'm getting a little bit more annoyed at certain things. I think I'm dropping Shiva. I think that's what I've landed on. Some may say, why would you abandon the power of ice like this? And I'm like, you know, much like Jill herself, Now I'm going to take the role of the writer here. Yeah, Dancing Steel, that is the one. Rip Slift, I never ended up doing that. Gungnir, oh yeah, Gungnir's like, it's like Gouge. I forgot Heaven's Cloud is literally fucking triple slash. Actually, I realized that he can't get good stuff unless he's using one of the two moves. So we'll just opt for that. I do like Diamond Dust. Maybe we can get that. We do not have enough points. Okay. I bet we can if we get rid of Pile Drive. Now we're still short a little bit. Something else I can drop. Hold on. Reset that a little bit. Give me that. There we go. And then I could just build 1200 for that. Heaven's Cloud and Rift Slip are the best ones in the game. Oh yeah, Heaven's Cloud feels pretty good. And Rift Slip is good for like that other stuff. This is like the one like we really kind of tried a little bit on some of the combat related stuff. It's clearly the best of those icons. We'll see how I feel about Leviathan. What am I dropping? Probably gonna drop Impulse. At least I think I'm going to. Yeah, we can do that. We can put Raging Fist on Square. We'll do that, and then put Diamond Dust on there. Yeah, we can run this for now. Jill staying back is what I halfway already entirely checked out, though. That one more where you have with the game where you finally go, alright, let's just get this over with. Yeah, I get you. Assume you're beating the game this stream. No, I'll be doing it next stream. I'm saving the DLCs and the final battle for the next stream. Mainly because I want my last stream and memories of like doing this on content to not be doing side quests for the entire thing. You would think I'd be almost done, but they made the worst paced Final Fantasy game ever made. My personal break was when Dion rushed into suicide by It's rough out here. Prioritize the quest. I only have one active quest, but really put it up there for me. Bury the ring of the grave of the soldier's parents. Oh, it's like way further up. I like the side quest. That's good. Could have used a bit more goots. Oh, why do I have to be like this? Why do I have to? I've always got to be an antagonist.
Don't tell me. The only way to the capital
is through that gate, just as you surmise.
There's an army down there, Joshua.
Yes. but I don't see any dominance.
What's a good way, a point of a comparison to describe like the issue with the quest popping like that? You know, I think a good example, it just immediately occurred to me, was FF7 Rebirth. Not going to be talking spoilers for Endgame, but I will say, in that game, they throw a mountain of side quests at you near the end of the game, but there's still 2 full fucking chapters of plot that you can go do left. For this game, they give you the final chunk of side quests fully when the thing on the map tells you if you click this, the final boss happens, and there's 45 minutes of gameplay left. And I'm like, oh, fucking what?
Not an unturned soldier in sight.
Then we end their suffering.
It's like the equivalent of if somehow in some universe there was an FF7 remake game that went, okay, you've unlocked 10 20-minute long side quests just now. What's the last thing I did? I fought the fucking motorball and did the fucking highway bike sequence. We just found a way to fit them in right here. Anyway, for people who haven't seen Odin's move, we build the Zantetsuken bar. We use his feet to switch to his blade, and that's how we build bar. That and his cooldowns. Remake's Point of No Return having like 5 side quests was awesome. Yeah, they got you what you needed, and then they got you out. Gonna be, oh, it's hold square when you have it out. Okay. Can you not die while trying to use it?
Joshua, can you go on?
Do I have a choice?
I don't know if I would say, like, Remake is perfectly paced. I think it has a similar problem that Rebirth also has, where it's like the stop gaps in the main plot, mostly for the way they kind of present it, feel a little bit clunky. They both have that. Rebirth is just stuff like go to the mini game house. But really, it's the type of conversation that's just entirely nitpicking. It's not something you would hear me talk about or really say much of substance in a normal conversation, much at all. Speaking of, here's a nitpick. They don't fill the little circle on the hold button for Zantetsuken on the bottom right, and that bothers me. It made me think it wasn't working for a second. Ow. I looked away for a second and got scared. I was like, what are all these noises? Stop that. These dancer enemies appear so often the whole game. They're like some of the more difficult enemy types, so I guess I get it.
This one's bigger than the others. And Nina, by the look of it.
the elusive banter. I forgot Zan. See, the other problem I have with the visual of Zontet's skin not existing when you're doing the hold is I don't know when it's activating and hit stun resets it. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, if it doesn't hit, it doesn't go for it. Maybe I just dropped that move. It's very high committal. I could use Heaven's Cloud instead. It also would be nice if I didn't have 3 ultimate abilities in my 6 slots. You know, right when I said, oh man, we have banter finally back, I remember that part where we had, like, a large amount of banter for the first time in the game during the Sleipnir clone fight, and then I went, oh yeah, all the banter started because Jill was kidnapped. Alright, you have a good one, Kyber. I'm holding. There you go. Ah, came up a little short. My bad, sir. Won't happen again.
We can rest here if you like.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Look, Clive.
By the Founder. The place is a fortress.
Ooh, I got a ding. Oh, yeah, it's that, alright. Let me turn my phone back on silent. I think I had it on when I ordered something the other day.
Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashyyyk.
Yeah, I wish the visual design wouldn't be so drab. It'd make that giant purple mother crystal look cool. It's trapped within the gray goop. Yeah, there's a quarrel over there. Any movie outside of Seed Freedom you're interested in seeing soon? I'd like to see that new Guy Ritchie movie that's like the thing that inspired James Bond. It's like the League of Ungentlemanly Warfare or whatever. Also The Fall Guy, that's the new David Lynch film. That's about, that has Ryan Gosling in it and Emily Blunt. I thought Bullet Train was fantastic, so I'll tap into whatever new stuff he'll put out. I'm gonna see if I can double up on a couple of those when I go see Seed Freedom. I'll see what's in the time slots. Worst comes to worst, I can see the couple of things I don't care about, the cheaper theater I have in my area. Yeah, basically it was supposed to be like something about like World War II. There had to be like a specific unit to take out a specific like boat in the ocean or something, and like a base to turn the tide or whatever. And apparently the author of James Bond like saw that event, and that inspired the writing of those books. Yeah, no, not David Lynch. David Leitch, co-director on John Wick. Then he did like Deadpool 2, Bullet Train, stuff like that. This new film seems to be like a mix of action, romantic comedy a little bit. What's up, dog? Yep. It's
the calm before the storm.
Mm-hmm. It's up there.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
Get you summon a chocobo in this area? Yeah, I'm just soaking it in.
As ready as I'll ever be.
You want to do this level? I still haven't done this quest. I should do that. Totally forgot to deliver this. Hold on. Let's bust out the chocobo. The chocobo deserves some attention.
Run like the wind.
How you doing? I'm doing mostly okay. Gotta make big strides in this game to set it up so we can give it a nice finish tomorrow. So, blitzing through some stuff here. Can I get to that through this? Yes. Horrible spider noises, not a fan.
No holding back.
Remember on Type 0 had 2 chocobo themes? Yeah, and that was a dark game about war and killing children and stuff. Ah, here it is.
Thanks, Gal.
New Bahamut style feels a bit better in the fact that it keeps whatever your progress meter is even after you exit the mode, so it's a bit more fun to use.
He'll be able to see.
I bet Zero's ending still goes crazy. They had the Mandate of Heaven. They had a bump of chicken track in there. Type 0 was something that, like, I appreciate and kind of wish we could have done a full playthrough before this came out, but there wasn't enough time. But I did like that I did a bit of a quick look of it. Ooh, a level. Nice. Number go higher. Stronger than before. Whoa. ZO. Never heard anyone talk about Type 0 as it came out. It was overshadowed by people being pissy about 13. Yeah, what happened is it came out in Japan first, and people went, this is the coolest shit ever. Mostly Westerners saying that because they didn't like FF13. They're like, check this one out. Also, it has blood and stuff. That and anything that we don't get over here immediately gets kind of buffed up a bit. And then when it came out over here, there were two outstanding conversations regarding the Type 0. One, it was the exact same joke of, I'm buying the FF15 demo, and there's a mini game called Type 0 attached to it. And, oh, three things. The second one, the motion blur. And third, was the contingency of people that would have been really hyped for that game were really upset that it just skipped the Vita entirely. Motion blurs can be pretty rough. If you play it on PC, you can really get it solved. Yeah, that's maybe one of the more sad things. A lot of the time when Square likes to put secret endings and stuff to set up their like next game, they almost always get followed up on in some way. Even when some stuff doesn't, like Type 0, or not Type 0, but Birth by Sleep 2. It's like, okay, we get like some of the more crucial stuff that was going to cover in like a 0.2 eventually. We kind of get to see what some of the crux of some of that stuff is eventually. Final Fantasy Type 0 contains a trailer for the next game that they were never going to make. And it's not even they're continuing the story of the original Type 0. It's like, no, they just show you an entirely new scene where it's like, oh, there's going to be a series of Final Fantasy type games where they all have the same protagonist in them, but in different eras. That one was going to be more of like a, seemingly like a feudal Japan thing where he's like, he gets like revived after fighting a bunch of like soldiers or whatever, and he's in like this cool like red armor or whatever. It also makes sense to bring up Type 0 when you talk about 16, because it also heavily focuses in its plot on the Phoenix, because that is like the, you know, the whole Fires of Suzaku stuff that they got going on in that game. Alright, we're ready to do this now, though. Let's dig in. This is ostensibly the final dungeon of the game. It's got all the hallmarks. Every time I remember the scene in BBS Volume 2 with Kyra and the Twilight Town gang, I get depressed that we never got that. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what conceptually that game was going to be, since it was going to have so many perspectives in it. Given the way Kingdom Hearts games were formatted post Birth by Sleep, I wouldn't be surprised if the reality of that game was going to be like the Aqua thing we did get, but every time, but longer. And every time you beat a world in that Aqua section, it would show you a cutscene from someone else's perspective. Because Kingdom Hearts pacing kind of shifts when Dream Drop comes out. Where it's world scenes from various different angles, then next world, and then you kind of go from there. People assume Volume 2 never got made because BBS Final Mix didn't really sell well. Yeah, that seems to be what happened, because BBS Final Mix did not sell great. And they immediately put the Osaka team on Kingdom Hearts 3 after they did Dream Drop Distance, and they didn't give Dream Drop Distance as much development time. So it really sounds like we're prepping, and we got the green light for KH3. It's going to be the PS4, Xbox One game. Get this 3DS game out and just get started. And you can put up HD collections as you go. There's not really ultimately any room for a BBS Volume 2 there, and the final mix of BBS not doing well kind of really made it so, yeah, let's not even make up Vita Kingdom Hearts. As much as it would have been fucking dope. Yeah, Dream Drop Distance had like a 14-month dev cycle. That's why you can see, you know, that's why the original version's a little rough in various places. And sometimes Sora and Riku have entirely unique areas to go through for their worlds, and sometimes they don't.
That's a behemoth. Who would be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Read in interviews they started testing for KH3 and Unreal 3 before going to Luminous, so it seems like DD was wrapped fast. Yeah, definitely. You also gotta notice, because Dream Drop's like ultimately like kind of the Riku game, but like he has maybe 25% the cutscene density of Sora. The producer also didn't like it, or the idea of it. That kind of makes sense. It's like we're doing another one, but a lot of it's gonna be what's happening over here. It feels like a little bit... It feels like more of a stretch for a game concept. I would have wanted it, but you know. I went, oh shit, that rock's gonna fucking kill me. I'm like, there's no recovering here. It's fucking done. What do you mean that you keep your you keep your bar? That's great, dude. There we go. We have that set up for the stagger window. We got that too. Oh, I thought that was early. I thought that was right on time. Ah! Oops, too late. God, that does insane stagger damage. Damn it. Just barely missed it. I like how the last slash does no damage. I'm like, you realize that that last slash is supposed to, like, do a good chunk, right? You gotta make it look cool.
Stand back. I'll conjure a ward.
Yeah, they didn't have a They didn't have a behemoth that you fight in Rebirth. Turns out they're like, we have more than enough. Crazy. I can see them using one in the third game.
Desperate times. Clive, no. Trust me. I'm your shield, remember?
The elusive QT human.
This won't be a job for everybody. Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight together.
He's like, why focus on yourself when we can fight it, you know, we can fight as a group. Forget that Joshua wanted to go study a wall for a Barnabas fight.
That wasn't too bad.
Don't worry about it.
Just the beginning.
Don't worry, it was set up. Bro, where'd you get the tornado? This was brought to you by the upcoming Legacy sequel, Twisters 2, coming out this summer. At least I get a break. The camera is just dead, dude. Ripping pepperonis, my man. What was Goots doing during Barnabas? I'm sure it was something very important. How the fuck were none of those close enough? I'll say the lighting here pretty good. We do it in that angle where like the sun's kind of trying to break through the clouds. It's pretty good. Most angles are not going to be that, but you know, I'm trying. Hoping for 42 magic dash. Oh, big spender, I see.
Nice try.
Yeah, it's such a weird jump. I feel like it should have more airtime. Oh, fuck. I was scared when I saw you go live at like 5. It's fine. There's nothing to be scared about. I'm living my life.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
No magic dash. Sorry guys, it's a bust. He just had to get that final attack done. I can't give him shit. That's just what a lot of behemoths do in FF. They do their I've run out of health, I must blow you up. Shout out to Humbaba in FF10 too. As a kid, I always lost to that fight and it made me so angry. Bro does Meteor and fucking wipes the whole thing. I'm like, fucking, what do you want from me, damn it? I was dumb as a kid. I didn't know how buffs worked. It auto counters Meteor in 9. Oh yeah. Little derogatory. Pretty aggressive putting the behemoth right in the front like that. Final dungeons ass area. It's a fucked up city. You can fight a behemoth in it. I don't have to finish the rest of my thought. The real ones know where I'm going. You're done within the parry timing. This is just like Trails in the Sky SC. The side quests in all of FF16 feel like the ones that you had to do when you didn't have, like, when everyone ran out of batteries. But, like, for the whole game. That's the only game where I actually gave up on doing every side quest. As soon as, like, the fucking endgame crisis happens in 2nd chapter, I went, oh, this feels horrible. I'm done. Let's just push it. Let's just push main plot now. Hold on. Let's switch out for a Heaven's Cloud. I'd rather have a move that's a bit less boring, unless you hit it and then the game stops. Kind of pauses while it happens. So we can do this. Heaven's Cloud. And then we can just straight up just, yeah, we can just max that out. That gives us actually way more points to deal with because I didn't blow them all on another ultimate ability. Yeah, this is fine. Imagine if they patch Queen's Blood into 16. Yoshi P will have a mental breakdown if Final Fantasy XVI has something fun in it.
This might take a while.
they'd be like, you know, very cool board game. KZ, what's your favorite board game? That bit is so good, dude. Trying to think honestly. I like Monopoly. Definitely not Catan. Oh, Heaven's Cloud is also a mash. The first time it didn't fully come out, so I was like, hold on. Hold on, what are we doing? I like how they made this area go, well, you have Odin at this point, so we'll just design these for you to use it here. It's like when you're playing Doom 2016 and they give you the BFG and then the first room is just 800 mooks in one place. I would say Uno. Since we're counting trading cards in our best board game decision.
Not what I was expecting.
Oh man, they mean business. I will say, nice visual feel on that move, where I'm like, ah, okay, yeah, that's popping. Whole game as you run into rooms and enemies. What is there not to expect? There's like only one good, I think, line read in the entire game for Clive of like solo fighting banter, and it's when he sees an Ahriman for the first time. And it might be just because I'm way too easy to please. But he goes, what if it's sauce? Well, probably. It's a giant eyeball. I'm easy to please, but I don't know. I liked that bit when he did that. I felt some whimsy. Shout out to Giant Gun Dude. That dude who was working me in the, Oriflamme level. I can just say it and people are like, I don't know what that was, KZ. I'm like, you know, the one that had Typhon at the end. They're like, oh yeah.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
They should make an Ahriman that's blind. That's fucked up. Like, that sounds horrible. Poor guy. Next you're gonna be like, I want to create a human with IBS, but their butt's sealed up. Like, the eye patch visual would be pretty funny though.
More of Ultima's thralls. Come on then. What are you waiting for?
One thing they don't make note about Zentetsuken in this game, all they tell you is it's a hold. While it is a hold, it's a hold and release. If they hit you before you release, it doesn't count. Yo, Spirits Within. Juicy Plasma. Didn't mash it, my bad. Missed out on a little extra juice from that. Oh, did it die? We hit the stagger moment, and I just assumed it had more in it. Sorry. Something, something invincible. I thought you were stronger. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Save wavelength.
I don't see any other way.
I mean, there are 2 other doors, but Joshua knew we couldn't open those things. 4 sharp fangs, though. Just want to point that out, chat. Picking them up. More rats. This game has some nice lighting. That's one thing. I really wish Rebirth had, like, good lighting in it. But as soon as any type of natural light hits that game, they're like, we're gonna fucking flashbang you. You walk into a building and they've recreated that feeling when you leave the vault in Fallout 3, but anytime you leave any interior. I've never seen light work the way it does in those 2 games. It was less of a problem in Remake because Remake's mostly dark areas. Or not really using natural sun anywhere. The best way to describe it is, that relates it back to this. That one picture of Ben Starr at the fucking Game Awards getting shot with the brightest light he's ever seen. Hold up, let's get the sparkly. Yeah, they really reinforced that this is the final dungeon by making you fight several of the mini-bosses they had throughout the game in sequence. There's like maybe 1 or 2 mini-bosses per level on average in these levels, but this one, we got the whole... It is like old-ass FF, where they're like, you have a boss constantly. There we go. Hard red. And we'll wait for the second stagger to burn that out. Well, that was the whole stagger. Shit. Oh yeah, these guys in like ATB games, they love trying to knock you out in one. The elusive gil reward that isn't like 5. Those bullshit classic FF enemy. Tomberries are actually fine. I feel like they only get worse in the action related games where they're just a bit worse. Marlboros probably. They're way more manageable. Conversely, the Tomberries are worse in action focused games. Marlboros are better in action focused games because it's significantly easier to get out of the way. Gaming's going alright. We're approaching the final mother crystal here.
There are so many. Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
I was gonna say, that's not a lot of people, and then they're like, hold up, we're not done yet. Oh, that one didn't do anything beyond the first one. Weird. Focus, Joshua, we're not done yet. And I'm like, this is a group, we can just melt it down in about 20 seconds. Nope, no going up that. Where are we going? Take me, dog. Where are we going? What do you mean this gate meant nothing? I feel ripped off. Fine, dog. If you're so smart, where are we going? Okay. But I thought we came in from here. Huh, guess not. Maybe I'm getting a little bit more tired. Yeah, here we go.
Let's hope this works.
And they're like, we can't get away with not having you fight the ninjas. I was really afraid the other one was also going to do Katon as well, and then I was just going to get it from both sides and just melt. This is an FF9 mode. Still this boss theme. It's this one and the other one that goes BRUM! BRUM! I'm not even doing the rest of the track. Just the intro where it just go BRUM! I'm like, these songs are fine, but what if in every act there were new ones? Now, unrelated, let's talk about a game that I'm happy about, Brian. Let's do that real quick. I was looking at a thread about SMT5 Vengeance, and someone posted, I guess, like, the Japanese iTunes listing for the soundtrack, and someone said, Control F battle theme. And then it said, found over 20 results, and I'm like, God, some games could really use that. Might be GOAT. It might be. If we can get the updated Satan design from 4A in there, it might be the all-time best. Odin, too. Odin is already in, though. Odin is in 5. He's voiced by the iconic Keith Silverstein. Bit of an underrated actor. He doesn't appear in a lot of things. Man, there's just too many enemies here. This is just like 13 sentinels. Okay, I'm watching Joshua fight. Some of his attacks like hit even harder than mine. I think this is the only enemy type in the entire game I don't like. I just don't like these big, dumb orcs with the big staffs. Everything else I can kind of fuck with. I love when it'll teleport and all it did was it went like 2 feet backward. I'm like, that saves me the trouble, but come on, man. Ow. My bad. And I really thought I hit that in time. Let's just burn the stagger. Alright, we were able to get it in before the time ran out.
There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Oh, that's neat.
Jill.
I like how they were able to sail into the castle once the realization came that everyone in Waloed's dead. There is no fucking artillery that'll stop a boat.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message.
Oh yeah, we never actually talked to him. We only like fought Muhammad.
You guide your steeds through. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished.
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
We together as our friends. Even Goots is here. Why the fuck is Goots here? I can't do this anymore. Oh yeah, he's a vendor. That's why he's here. Never mind.
But don't suppose there's out I can say to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you to stay safe. None won't take kindly to losing a best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old Nan.
You mean, you'll buy some at offers? I've got some good stuff for you.
I like how he has a weapon that is just barely weaker than the other thing, so it's like, yeah, never pick that shit up. Not even once. It's okay, we finally got something here. You know what? Fuck it, I'll splurge. This is the one time they have gear that's better than mine. Once we go back to the hub, I'm gonna craft the broken shit, but for now, we're good. Automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. What? Increases limerick generation when taking damage. Oh, when dealing and taking. Huh. You can craft downs in the forge. Oh yeah, I mean in the hub. I think I have to get some stuff as well. There are certain hunts that don't unlock until a little bit later. Hold on, we should buy the music.
Thank you. Right on, here you go. Is there else you need? Right on, here you go. All done then?
But I can double check. Oh yeah, Everdark we can make. Everdark is weaker than our current weapon. Never mind. Yeah, we have to wait. We need to get, like, Electrum. Gelatinous mass. Or, hold on. We need, like, stained loincloth. And then I think Dark Steel. Yeah, Dark Steel and a Battle Horn. Then we can get the game's Ultima weapon for base normal game. Will I go to the finale already, or I'll do the DLC? I'm gonna do all the side stuff here. Probably in the next stream I will be doing the DLC and the finale. Tragically, the game jumps you with 4,000 things to do after this level. We must all play our part. So true, Joshua Rossfield. We all have our own jobs to do here. Didn't they add a glamour option? They did add a glamour option. You have to go to, like, the arcade mode, like, monolith thing in the hub. But you can do, you can make it so your weapon looks like any weapon.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate.
I wish Rebirth had that, honestly.
And we shall face it together.
Sorry, brother, but no. We all have our own destinies, and yours culminates here. We'll all do this together. Unfortunately, all the dudes are attacking, so you gotta hold it back.
It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
And then Clive says, walk tall, my friends. He just said together 10 seconds ago. Yeah, I know. It's very transparent.
Welcome.
Ba, 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 da, da. Jill, if only your reflexes were just fast enough, you could have been like the dog. Dude, Goots could have done that. He could have waddled into it. Gorgo's like, how did you get knocked out from that, dude? Can't you be strong like me, the dog?
Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you? This isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him and we leave.
They're like, yo, it's the interdimensional rift. It's like FF5s, you know? It's like when FF15 puts the world of ruin in the last chapter.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish.
Oh, this is also his theme, but it's like in a different key. Okay.
Would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor, we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies. And so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution, the illness having spread to every organ. There was but one escape from this fate, to start afresh.
the new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his god awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
Clive's like, he would have us follow what the king ended up doing. It's like, yeah, the king also kind of fucking said that to you like 2 hours ago. I always like when shit like that moves into place like that. I imagine it's fun breaking up all the pieces like a puzzle.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his god's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse,
Level 99 yapper.
was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource. And the land, she wept tears of black.
Ultima be like, I came and created man in a world filled with magic. But then man made a mistake. They used the thing I made.
Just unwilling to admit the truth.
I gave them easy access to magic. But the greatest mistake is that they thought they should use it at any point. Granted, most JRPG plots that go, really the humans made the big mistakes, are usually 0 for 10 on ever being engaging, but this one's pretty low on that totem pole. Maybe humans are the real monsters. It's wild that in any society, the people who can use magic are the ones getting discriminated against. What, did you not do the side quest that tells you 95% of the game that, the magic people just rebelled once and it failed? It is real funny, though.
Is that?
Ifrit, or what's left of him.
I don't think you see a regular bear doing anything cool combat related. You'd think they'd have a couple of them in this.
Cast your eyes upon them, and see what you must become.
Yeah, there's like a read here that he like, sure, he created humanity. But Ultima and his kin are like really bad and incompetent. His plan wouldn't have worked, and you know, if you take the read that he's just really stupid, but he has a lot of power. They do dry clothes.
By you. It is what you were born to do. Why we nursed you and fed you as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now...
That's a good post, probably. You should give that to Min.
all for a place in your new paradise.
Is this the end of the game? It basically is. There's one more stage after this, but they front load a lot of side quests here. It really should be the end.
Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
Do you even have to do the side quests? I mean, I should.
Rebirth is complete. Humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all!
What? That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
Oh shit, it's the mural, but in man form.
Family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken.
It's a bit flawed.
But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's ours.
Bow down, offenders, hearts disdained.
Uh-oh. Alright, well, I fucked that one up.
Well done.
I'm gonna be very honest, you know? Going into this section, I forgot you fight him here. Because in my brain, it's like, wait, we don't fight him here because fucking then we would have like defeated him or whatever, and then we fight him anyway in another level. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Surprised I didn't do more stagger damage to him. I guess he has like hard gates compared to other fights. Alright, what you doing?
Foul attaint may not be sublimed through game standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. Oh, wretched mortals incapable.
Oh no, not the event horizon.
In fitting season shall we reap our harvest.
Oh, I forgot neutron flare just kills you if you touch that. My bad. What did that first sentence even mean? Okay, this part's kind of neat. Bro is yapping. Mega Flare does like sustain damage and it feels good. I'm trying to keep value with it, alright? I barely use it in the main game. Oof. Yeah, it sucks. If you get the first dodge, you can get all of them there. You didn't have the right thing selected. Bro honked. God, everything in this game is such a damage sponge. I thought if I hit that many things, his health would start bleeding, but so much of it's just really small meter gains.
Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
I guess it's because this is a multi-phase thing, but still, Jesus.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us. It wouldn't be the first time.
Joshua's like, I'm starting to think Ultima might be trying to kill us.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before us.
It would be nice if you could, like, skip through phases by playing well, but they kind of have, like, a set script they go through here. Then it's the 14 deaths. They kind of like boss fights where you kind of go through the cycle 10 times. Oh, thank God he teleported in place so that I could still hit. Alright, stay back. Here we go. Bop! Bop! Ah, he teleported, so these just go somewhere else random. I like how I reached near endgame and I found places in which Ramuh's shit can just miss. And the finish. Oh, Ultima Vanquish? Alright. Hit up these credits. We're good.
At last, for countless generations, have we awaited this moment.
Never understood why the final hit is then Tetskin does 1 hit point. Yeah, it feels weird. Like, that final hit feels like it should be the coolest one.
Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Jill doesn't have anyone to talk to, so she's talking to her younger self.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
I'm sorry, I just had a bad realization of that just now.
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not.
Dude, it's like Persona 5.
Given enough.
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
Clive!
It turns out all those cells were unlocked.
None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Wish this had more build up. Yeah, no one really checks him on the pile of bodies you leave in your wake. You get one scene of someone criticizing Clive at the start of the time skip, but it's always treated as like an objective good. But this game also doesn't like regular people reacting to anything Clive does. I do appreciate Chekhov's feather here, though.
Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Muthos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
Dude, you're fucking yapping. I laughed because that's all I was thinking. I'm like, you fucking still talking, dude? That's cool to hear, Morning Moon, dude. Definitely unrelated to everything here. Yeah, KH storytelling is a lot of, like, planting seeds style storytelling where you can kind of, like, you can come back to them whenever you wish. Or you can make them have more prominence. You have the seeds planted and you could use them if you want. The way this Mother Crystal goes out is also pretty weird.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up. Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin does our true power quicken, and there shall you be made complete. Soon.
Yeah, now going through this the second time, this really should have been like the end of the game.
How little you know of suffering.
Having the final fight being like a burning Rosaria for a full circle moment probably would have gone better theming wise. Just put some of the set PC stuff in Origin here. It's a pretty easy way to apply it too. Have like the Dion Bahamut Phoenix Clive thing where he fights Ultima. Have that happen when you come into the big city. And then the fight makes them all get separated, and then they land in the city, then do the city stage. You know.
Long a slumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Yeah, you could flow it pretty well and have it still work. Because you've literally set it up now to where people go, FF16 doesn't have a final dungeon. I'm like, it does. This is just the worst paced fucking Final Fantasy game. They're like, congrats guys, we killed another like 1 million people with this.
The bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here. Mate! We're leaving! Now!
You can tell they're all evil because they got blue blood.
Go back to the ship!
I'm surprised Goot stayed out here.
Thank you.
You isolate him saying mid there. Nah, I'm good. Anyone can do that. Dude, he did the elusive jump. Fuck yeah, dude. It's a pretty good cooldown. They're like, hey, Clive's over there. Go through the menu. Okay. Jill's and Ultima's illusions. Oh no.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine.
Oh no.
I'm going to need Otto's help.
Oh, this sucks, dude.
There's something about it.
That's true. It does take days to get back, so apparently they just didn't say nothing. This really is like that last season of Game of Thrones where they just kind of like teleport everywhere.
Tells me that I saw on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima.
For the 400th time, play the prelude, please.
Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new mother crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether.
I don't really remember a pre-time skip looked too much.
Here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me.
Sure as Cole's hideout is a literal airship. You see even when it's all broken up, you know. It's all, like, fucked up. We're not going to show the cutscene for it, but there's a side quest where it's like, oh, we could find prototypes in the way to make an airship, and then Mid says, but what if my airships, you know, what if everyone starts using airships and they could be used for war, so we shouldn't do that. And I'm like, you are literally the most boring Final Fantasy game ever made. You have, like, no swag. Why did Dion have to go with him and Joshua when Clive could fuse and fly?
Ultima may have created a...
Fucking shit! I didn't even think of that. Man, this fucking plot's bad. Wait a minute. They're like, nah, we'll use him as a taxi. We also want to... we gotta bury our gay, so you have to go with us. Jill can fly. It's okay. They don't... Fucking the writer doesn't fucking like her.
His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall...
This game has the icon stuff, so it's automatically cooler than 12. I gotta be honest here. I don't think 12 is, like, particularly interesting from a story perspective, especially because it has a moment where the story does not exist for 4, like, dungeons in a row. Let's not be that cruel to it.
Freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Vane's cool.
There may be.
I like the Sid in that.
The chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering.
It's like, sure, the icons are cool, but they count for a grand total of an hour of this 90-hour game.
But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
First, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember.
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you
Okay.
are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is.
Yeah, like all of them.
But the is no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do...
Nah, I haven't done any of the side quests. We just got back in.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of
I don't really feel like a lot of things that this game is are a response necessarily to anything. They just wanted a style of game that they wanted to make. I just think the style that they went for and the execution was really bad, you know? Or at least not to my tastes on any level.
Speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
Most of the time of this is a response to a thing or this is the thing. It's mostly just stuff he wanted to say in interviews, like, you know.
I only hope she understands.
People think this game might be a response to FF15, and I'm like, no, not really. I mean, he brings it up in interviews a lot, but that's because he's, you know, he's trying to get people that he feels were burned from 15 to get back into the game, and all it does is make him look like an asshole. Yeah, it's a mix of that was the most recent one, but, you know, there is the thing of don't throw stones at a previous thing that people in your company made. Not great, especially when you had no involvement in it.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea.
Can't ignore the last game like nah, you know, to be fair. Feel like this kind of thing wasn't heavy when from 8 to 7, 9 to 8, 10 to 9.
There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
Really, they just need to be proud of the things they built and not really say anything further.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Okay, we just had one small cutscene. What's the worst that could happen? Why are all these here? This game is a fucking terrorist piece of media. You talk to Jill once and she summons fucking the worst set of quests you've ever seen. And you're like, what makes them any different than the other ones? I'm like, that's really the only reason. To be fair, most of these are better than the ones before in the earlier parts of the game. They have, like, special cutscene direction and end arcs. But unfortunately, this game is paced like a nightmare. I don't know what they were thinking. They're like, here's the final set of side quests, and it's like, what's left? 45 minutes of main story. Like, what? I mentioned it before, Rebirth does a similar thing here, but there are there are like multiple full chapters left before they do this. Oh yeah, the last set of side quests also don't take like 8 hours. Yeah, no. It's like 3. What's up? You got any hunts? You're like, I do. We got Gobbermouch, Bagul, Agni, Usher to the Underworld, the Blood Moon. Yeah, let's see. Happy Easter, Xbox. I think what I'll do is I'll do a couple of these on screen here so we can hang out. But then after that, I'm probably just gonna do the rest of them on my own off stream, because we literally are at the point where the game is basically done. That is the final boss. starting to feel bad that I like this game. It's fine. No one's gonna lynch you for liking it. I know it can get a little scary when the vibes are rough and stuff. You can still like it, and yeah, it's fine. I don't want anyone to feel bad that they like Crash Bandicoot despite it being the worst piece of media ever made. Like, yeah, it's fine. I just don't fuck with it, and I feel like the game's talking out of both sides of his mouth the whole time. That, and I really didn't like the interviews that Yoshida did about the game, because he kind of showed his ass a little too much. I'm doing the DLCs before the final boss. My method here is going to get all the side quests done, so in the next stream we can do Echoes of the Fallen, we can do the Rising Tide, and then we can do the final boss. This will also make it so that we can use Leviathan on the final boss, so we can have, like, you know, a bit more stuff.
Sid, it depends. A bearer, as you know, the
I'm grateful you're doing this, dude. I'm gonna be off stream doing these, going, what have I done? Well, I'm going through this, but it's way better that I did this. Like this, than just jumping into the DLCs and leaving. I'm someone who likes 15 and 16. I still like 15. I still thoroughly, I still like it, you know. I also think it's better than this one. What this one has in gameplay, it's outpaced in, like, every other area. Do the quest chain in the first region. Oh shit, I forgot there'd be side quests in that DLC thing. Yeah, we'll probably do them. I imagine those two DLCs in the endgame aren't going to account for 8 hours, so I have no problem licking the ceiling there. Like, I'm not gonna skip the dialogue when we're in the Rising Tide, because we've never played it before.
Clive, my boy. Anyone?
I mean the base game's first region.
Clive, I feel exact. Coveters of secret.
What?
Or
Didn't I? Yeah, I'm doing all of them. Like, I'm doing all of them off screen or whatever. I've done them all before, so I was wondering why you were mentioning it. Does the DLC make you do stuff in the first region or something? Alright, I got confused. A sickening amount of quest markers. They're on the side. They're on the side leading into the garden. I'm tapping all of these now so that I can start, like, systematically ripping them out. Worst part is even more proc later. Our first playthrough here, I did every single quest. All of them. And I ran the dialogue on all of them. I did such things as going, man, look how detailed Clive's outfit is. That's crazy.
What do you think happened to...
Why don't I go?
I did every single one of these. I did every single hunt. I equipped all of the best gear. I will have essentially done 2 100% runs of this game within 12 months.
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Miss Shirley says your books made quite an impression on the children. You've inspired them all to become writers themselves. Is that so?
Trying to imagine this game on a 4090. Yeah, I wonder. I think I have a 4070 in this. With this new setup.
Passing over it won't see the hands fit. I will not let them be forgotten. No, you can.
Alright, we still have stuff we can do from within this hub. Let's get to those. Need to upgrade mine soon, yeah. $5,000 series this year. Yeah, it might be time to potentially wait. Though the bigger those video cards get, then you hit that point where they need enough power, you might have to replace other parts. Ugh, computers. Ugh. I love when it sits and it works, and any other time thinking about other aspects it needs, I'm like, poison, poison, poison. Okay. There are now quests everywhere. The quests that are for what they consider your, quote, main party are pretty good. There's, like, the Dion Harpocrates one where, like, Harpocrates used to be, like, a mentor to Dion. And they have a real communication issue between each other. That's a bit difficult. We got this one with Torgal, where we kind of, like... Torgal leads us to an old area we used to hang out in that he had preserved for in the years that Clive was a slave the entire time. Anyway, why does Clive not have a big reaction to Torgal being seen for the first time in over a decade? But we got that. Jill, you get to have a nice, some minor intimate moment with them in the Field of Flowers. Gav, you get to have this really nice scene with him, like, when they're in the tavern drinking. He kind of talks about some of his issues and how you're kind of like you're like a tight group together. There's some nice character building stuff with him. Byron, he gets to have a bit more of a comedy quest between him and that one I think it's like a Dalmekian guy. It's whoever that guy is at the beginning of the game and also the scene he was in earlier. As you can see here, chat, I've only seen those quests once, but I remember them all quite clearly. Yeah, like Sid mentions, you know, Torgal was going over to this island, which is this place. I know it's an action game, would have had, like, elemental damage or status effects. I was talking about some aspects of it a little bit, too. In the first stream, I was like, what if every icon you used had inherent buffs in a skill tree that made their playstyle unique and you would want to be in them, and you would want to use them based on that? Like, maybe have Clive's base moveset have inherently unlock the embrace that Garuda has to bring them down when they're halfway through a stagger. And instead you replace that with stuff like, okay, you invest in Garuda's skill tree, and you just get haste. You get haste, and you get moves that make Clive do air combos more. Titan gives you protect, and bigger, heavier swings. Bit more of a bruiser, tankier playstyle. Skills like that. Bahamut gets Shell because he's like the light-based icon and he's a bit more mythical, magically based. So you give him some of that. Maybe you give him some more zoning style abilities because he's a bit more at range. Odin, you give him like physical attack buffs because he's like the really strong guy. And then conversely, you can give Ramu like magical boosting attacks. Like making it so that each form you use have benefits. Benefits that make you want to use them. That makes the choices where you can only have 3 of these at once like a little bit harder.
It's well.
There only being 2 cooldown moves for icons doesn't have to be a problem if there are several other incentives for you to have them. While I think it's a bit disappointing that Kingdom Hearts 3 form changes are less saucy and probably interesting than I would say drive forms are in KH2, there are reasons to use certain Keyblade transformations with their forms. For example, especially in early game, if you use the Hercules shield form or any one that makes Sora's clothes yellow, you get like stuff like Second Chance and Once More inherently, and you get stuff like that. That's like a good example. All the moves that have the green outfit for Sora give you access to all of his maxed out movement abilities before you even get them. What would Shiva give you? Slow magic. Give her the ability to slow enemies because it's a bit more ice-themed, freezing them over. Have stuff like that. That just on its face feels like something you could actually, you know, give to like a Shiva icon when you're kitting out the character. It's so funny to see Wooly love this game and then think this man would cream if he played KH2. Tragically, he only got about halfway through 1, so he couldn't see the sauciness that exists from it. Yeah, all Keyblades have 2 different shot locks. Yep, some of them used to restore HP. A difference between the hard commit to getting to max out or getting it on the way. God, I love Kingdom Hearts 3. What a good game, man. Fucking great. They did Ragnarok dirty in KH, though. I will say that. I do agree. I do agree. I feel like Ragnarok... I like having Ragnarok as, like, a move that you can, like, do somewhere else. Like you can do, without it being a shot lock. Though, to be fair, if I was designing a new KH game and making shot locks, I probably would have also put Ragnarok on that, on the Kingdom Key. I feel like I would have also ended up doing it. I'm like, it just makes sense. Explosion was harmed cruelly in Kingdom Hearts 3. A lot of stuff I have complaint-wise are pretty minor. I think it's because I am always an enemy of the Kingdom Hearts super player speedrunner. Don't tell them that you like stagger endurance in KH3, they'll call you a slur. This guy is a terrorist. Speedrunners unanimously hate the Pirates World. You know, I get some complaints on the Pirates World. I feel like there should have been more on-foot sections of, like, boss fights and stuff. However, I don't necessarily fuck with the idea where some people are like, yeah, this... My issue with KH3 is that you can't run through it in, like, the way you do KH2 in, like, 4 hours or whatever. You're, like, jumping between other gimmick types, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm kind of fine with games being different. I don't even know what this icon here is for. What is... It's like a little dead goblin. Your mark. Did I put a mark? Does this game have markers? I didn't know that game had that. Why would you ever need this? This game isn't that hard to navigate. I might throw up. I used it for hunt. Okay, true. They don't mark the hunts, and so if you look up a guide of where they are, you can do the mark there.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Who do you think?
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please.
Please, leave me alone. I don't actually want to talk to you.
Ember. Impress me.
Ah, yeah, this is the quest where we have to train a recruit, and the recruit succeeds by us doing all the work.
Let's go.
Whatever form changes will be back. I imagine there will be something new in the same way that dry forms were essentially gone for 3. I imagine they'll change something up. And also we have the new build mechanic. We base this entirely upon the fact that it said build in Japanese on the bottom command menu bar. That's all we got. Until they show the game again, probably this year. Perhaps next month. Perhaps next month if you behave. Yeah, and the keychain grapple.
Damn it.
Oh, there's a charge attack and missing link? That's neat. I didn't really look too much at the gameplay of that. I'll look at it a little bit more through, I imagine, demo streams and stuff. The beta's out, but I didn't get a code. Yeah, I didn't know how to apply since it seemed like it was restricted to only Europe and Australia. did not know that the Raging Fist could actually go for longer if you mashed until this fight.
A fortress? And who'll pay for that?
Who do you think?
Yeah, I'd like party limits to come back in a more KH2 resource using style.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't.
Yeah, he deserves passing marks. I think he did really good. What expect or hope? I would hope for a cage thing. I think that would be nice. Aside from that, Sparking Zero. I'd like to see more of the Sonic X Shadow generations thing. And wonder what else I'm kind of like pining for. I don't know, they usually kind of surprise me in some ways. I would like to see some cool shit from Xbox, but that's not at the Key 3 stuff. At their Xbox show, I would just like to see like a new Banjo, a new Killer Instinct, and a new Doom. And honestly, you know, like maybe a Fallout 3 remaster. I feel like that's something that they'd probably do next. At least that seems to be what certain murmurings have been about. It's been silent for a bit, you know? Their last game, not counting the DLC stuff, was coming out in like 2020, so it feels like we're around that period where they can start like popping it up. That one leak was like that where all the Bethesda stuff got leaked or whatever. So, like we were gonna get something called like Doom Year 1 or something, Year 0 or something, which I imagine could be like a prequel style thing or something. Whatever, just give me more Doom. Wonder when we'll see Pragmata again. Probably like next year. A lot of people like to meme on that game, going like it's gonna be like another Deep Down or whatever, and I'm like, that is the studio that makes and manages the RE engine. That's why it takes longer for their game to come out. It's because they're the reason that every other game is coming out.
There you go. Much obliged.
There's also a rumored Sony thing. Yeah, I'm sure they've got some stuff. A lot of people refuse to read in regards to that one Sony thing where they're like, we don't plan to put out any games and entries to franchises that would sell like over 10 million. People are like, you see, they confirmed they're not releasing a single fucking video game on any level this year. And I'm like, did you, can we read it again? You want to read it again? I was listening to Max's stream and I saw Simmons going, yeah, they're not gonna, they wouldn't show anything. They wouldn't even show a new Ghost of Tsushima this year because of that statement. I'm like, alright, first of all, not only have you failed to read that verse statement, two, you think it's impossible for them to show a trailer for any video game in a franchise this year and just not put the game out this year. I'm like, Ghost of Tsushima got revealed and then we didn't see it again for fucking like 5 years or something. That shit was crazy. They showed that at a Paris game show in like 2016, and that didn't come out till like 2020, alright? begging for Lost Soul Aside news. I think it's finally time, actually. You know what? I would not be shocked if Sony was like, all right, yeah, sure, you can have this, Keeley. Lost Soul Aside got an approval thing in China that specifically allows them to release games. It's the type of thing that kind of that they kind of get when a release date is on the horizon. So it looks like Lost Soul Aside is almost coming out. For people who don't know what that is an indie game that was being shown to be made in Unreal 4 before Final Fantasy 15 came out. Obviously had some like Versus inspiration. Then Sony bankrolled them and gave the one guy making it a team, and he's been working on it ever since. It looks very cool. I would like for myself to like it. It'd be a shame if I found it to be like mid or whatever, but I've been casually following it for 8 years. It's got some cool looking boss fights in it. Shout out to Yang Bing. Yeah, I can't really give Sony shit for having like a bit of a dry spell. I see some people going, it's like, now Xbox is killing it and fucking what's Sony got? I'm like, yeah, fucking Xbox had nothing for like 3 years. Let's chill out, guys. Sit down. Sony tried to do a live service pivot, so they slowed down a little bit. But it's good. They're canceling almost all of them, and at least one of them, Helldivers 2, is a good game, so I'll take it. Xbox says Hellblade. Yeah, they're killing it now, because they started stepping on the gas on some games where Sony slowed down, and I'm like, yeah. Let's not pretend Sony put out a lot of games at the start of this gen. But some of them were cross-gen, so every annoying person you know goes, the PS5 doesn't have games, though. Otherwise known as the cope for poor people. And I say it as someone who's poor.
They're not left by bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. The Chocobo was here.
Play has no limits. If you're not broke.
Still is.
I do say that. I do think console prices should in fact go down instead of staying at a high point forever. Yeah, I don't know how the PS5 has no games became a meme. When the Xbox Series became, I think, the first console ever to not have a launch game. A thing I don't think I've seen happen to any console, portable, or anything ever. Their pivot was to say, well, actually, we have the biggest launch lineup ever. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you have the biggest launch lineup? You're not putting out any games. They're like, with Xbox Game Pass. And I'm like, that doesn't count, dude. That's like PlayStation 2 going, we got the biggest launch lineup ever. You can put your PS1 discs in here. And I'm like, fucking, I hope so. We have the biggest launch lineup ever on the PlayStation 2. We have every DVD. You can watch movies. We're not going to put out any games, though. Oh, yeah, you gotta talk to Etta in the infirmary. Dude, you can watch Speed and Speed 2 Cruise Control.
There's something about it.
If you don't want Game Pass, buy a 360. I always conceptualize doing some sort of bit on this stream where I kind of go through gaming during certain eras and I try to pick like tentpole games from several releases and do a stream where we cycle through them. But then I'm like, that's a lot of work. What if I just played Final Fantasy XVI side quests instead? And the world said yes. Also, I'd want to play a lot of it physically, and unfortunately, that makes it not as much of a reasonable thing to do. This is why I have Jordan reads award show winners to you. Starting to question your life choices again, I take it? Nah, I'm just spitballing while I'm tired here.
Do you think they'll come back?
Of course they will.
Those tentpole GameCube game. I think of it in the thing of what were the games of 2002, and then I go and I look, and I get a bunch of them. We cycle through them on a stream, you know, that kind of thing. It's like, okay, this stream's covering this portion of the year, the GameCube launch. So we're streaming some Luigi's Mansion. We're streaming Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2. I do not remember anything else that came out in the launch, like, month of the GameCube. Those were the only two I remember. Granted, I didn't have a GameCube at launch. Did you see people's reaction to Ian Flynn saying he wanted to do a Star Fox story? I did not see people's reaction because that's a little too terminally online for me. Mainly from the fact that I didn't even know that he wanted to do that. But that's interesting. I could totally see that. If he wants to do a Star Fox story, that means he's played the games and has a decent knowledge of it. Similarly to the way he is with Sonic. What's the name of the Sonic character that's in the comic books that's like a crazy girl that has like electric powers? Is that Surge or is that someone else? Surge, okay, cool. I listened to one of Ian Flynn's podcasts and someone literally asked who wins, Surge or Larxene from Kingdom Hearts, and he's like, I had to really do my research, so I just watched one of her boss fights and I feel like she might take Surge. And I was like, this fucking kicks ass, dude. Like, normally, when you get a question like that, you're like, I don't know, I don't go here. And then you move on. But he's like, hold on. Let me look her up on YouTube real quick. Let me do a little bit of due diligence here. Yeah, that dude's cool. The only people that kind of, like, hate on him are just, like, that level of Sonic fan that doesn't like anything. Which is why anyone mentioned, I'm like, they're not fans, alright? It's over. I see people keep bringing him up, and I'm like, don't bring him up. Don't acknowledge him. You'll make them seem bigger than they are.
What does the dame have to say about all this, I wonder?
The dame!
The Duke plans to make Northreach a fortress, and would have the townspeople pay for it. We are not only to build his walls, but feed his army, and fill his stores, all for the privilege of living under his rule.
Under new management, too. Ah, it's a little bit further up. I was like, where the hell is this? Am I listening to this woman? They're like, no, we would never make you do that. Surge and Kid are great additions to the cast. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the Sonic comic characters. I would like to see them integrated into the games. I like Tangle and Whisper a decent bit. I stopped reading the Sonic comic about midway into the Metal COVID arc. Not for any reason in particular. I guess I got distracted and then forgot about it.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Yeah, Tango got referenced at the very least, so I was like, hell yeah. Clean them up. More enemies are going to arrive. See? I told you. It's like I know these things. Oh, damn. Odin's moves are all like short range. If they miss, well, get fucked. Wait for the cooldown, dude. I'm like, okay. Okay, pop it up. It's like you played the game before. No, I just know the pacing of fights. I'm not gonna remember the structure of a fight in a random side quest. It's just anytime a fight feels like, oh, okay, that was like pretty nothing. They have to add at least another wave. Encounters in this all feel fairly the same. Real face-off going down here. I hope everything turned out okay. Here's hoping. Such a cool-ass castle. They had concept art of this at the business division, I think, back in, like, 2018. And I remember back then, I think it might have even been 2017. No, it was like 2018. Like, very early 2018. Remember checking that out, and then that's when I was way more plugged into staff movements at Square even more. And I went, okay, that's Final Fantasy XVI. They're just making that, and that's what the Heavensward team is doing. And then 2020 it came out, I'm like, oh yeah, all those things I casually said on streams, and yeah, it was right. It was right. I think as soon as they saw staff shifting off Heavensward, I immediately went, oh, okay. Yeah, this would be the time. This would be the moment. Clive is an old English name, means cliff dweller. Me when I'm dwelling in cliffs.
There are so many of them.
Not for long.
Let's get the ones over here. They're grouped a bit better.
Is it over?
No.
No, the music track.
It's only just begun.
Tragically, I can't just Xantetsken my life away with this guy. I gotta try at least a little bit. Oh, is the Undertaker already dead? No, they placed me in a completely different direction from him. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Definitely did all that work just to not deal damage to him. Thanks. Fucking choke on it, dude. 17's gonna be a new team. Yeah, that's what I heard before even 16 dropped. I think around, like, April of last year is when I learned that. I was like, why are people talking about bad Final Fantasy boom? And they went, oh shit, the beam. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Watch that shit on my tasty plasma. They should have started 17 before 16 came out. Eh? You can only work on so many AAA projects at once, you know? When when you have a team on all the remake games, a team on 16, and a team on Kingdom Hearts 4 and Dragon Quest 12, there gets to be a point where it's like, you know, you do have to, like, kind of realize that, you know, a lot of... They only have so many people. Yeah, they've changed the name now. Now it's Creative Studios. They should really just give them a specialized cool name instead of just Business Division or Creative Studio.
Sorry we didn't.
But yeah, they've updated the names and they're reformatting some stuff, promoting some people, moving stuff around. I was talking about it earlier, but we had some stuff coming out about one director of FF7 Rebirth, Hamaguchi, started off working in various areas through Square, worked on stuff like FF13, worked on mainly Mobius Final Fantasy, which came from the same business division as Remake. Then when they shifted FF7 Remake to an internal thing, when they cut CyberConnect 2 out of that, they went, okay, I've never played Mobius FF before, but seemed cool. He becomes co-director of FF7 Remake, then main director of FF7 Rebirth. He is now a executive officer at Square, and is now straight up the head of that business division now, or creative studio. Yoshinori Kitase is no longer the leader of that business unit. It is Hamaguchi. He's basically gotten promoted like several times over the past like 5 years. He's like one of the top dogs there now. Kitase seems to be now fully in the FF brand manager role that Hashimoto used to be in before, and he's since left. Similar thing happened with Hashimoto like 20 years ago anyway, where he was producing games, but then eventually had to step back a bit to oversee like everything that's going on within the company with the brand. One of the people upset about Stellar Blade's censorship. Those people are just insane, okay? One, you can't trick me into getting into Stellar Blade discourse. There's nothing fun in there. I ain't doing it.
Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Not doing it. Can't make me do it. It's in the same way you can't get me talking about, like, DEI or Sweet Baby or whatever the fucking... I'm sorry. I got too much to do. Also, I'll hear no slander of Stellar Blade based on bad discourse. Those devs didn't want that. I bet they see this shit online going, what the fuck is going on over there? What happened?
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's obviously racism and shitty grifter shit like that when you're talking about like DEI and stuff like that. Because one, I didn't know what that term meant. I just saw it trending with other games for like a month. I finally Google it and I'm like, oh, it's about diversity and it's about white people hating the black people in video games. Okay. It's just it's nothing worth worrying about, because most normal people, you're like, oh, I'm gonna play a game. It's fun. Alright, I'm gonna move on now. I hate when discourse like this hits a game, because people go, I can't play that game because it's the alt-right game or something. I'm like, no, it's fucking not. Now this shit got ruined by annoying people around something. I'm tired of that Grums guy. I see his screenshots of his tweets on Tumblr back during Gamergate, and he hasn't moved the fuck on in a decade. Well, he's never gonna ship a game again, so what else does he have? Apparently he had some, like, Indiegogo or of some description for, like, some game he's working on that probably won't come out. And to my knowledge, there was like a $15,000 tier on it, and one of the dudes who pledged and actually opted in for it immediately went, "No, I actually don't care about this shit anymore. I want to opt out." And they're like, "No." And then the dude Grums reaches out privately, I guess, and says, "We need to keep your name involved here for optics, but I can just refund you myself." And I'm like, this is really pathetic, dude. Yes, I did see there was a petition, and then everyone put their real names and videos on there. I genuinely cannot engage with that. I will start feeling way too uncomfortable. Because I can't, the secondhand embarrassment would be genuinely too much. Anyway, that's the closest you're getting me to talk about that shit. I would have played Stellar Blade, but tragically it's $70 and I don't have any money. Seems cool. Start a goal for it. No, the concept of doing a goal anytime soon makes me physically ill. Not the moment. Had to do too many of them. I want to be able to stream without having that bar on here. Can't do it. Oh, my worst nightmare. We've been clearing quests pretty quickly, but unfortunately more quests are spawning inside letters in Clive's room. The worst place to put additional quests are in letters saying, "Hey, can you help me here?" I'm like, no! Can you physically stand before me with your quest instead? You little bastard. Yeah, Stellar Blade demo seems pretty good. Like I played through the intro part, and it didn't give me enough to fully get my, like, feelings on the game fully, but then I did the second boss fight and went, oh, okay, this is saucy. We got some stuff here. I did that bonus boss where they give you like more stuff. Okay, thankfully there's only one. A veritable quest Ouroboros. Alright, chat, I'll be right back. I need to go tinkle. It's been like 5 hours of sitting. Give me a sec. Alright. Go over everything I've seen. It's actually a genuinely neat game ruined by Goon or Discourse. Yeah. I'm sure some people have, like, issues with, like, how the lady looks or whatever, but it's like, whatever. Fucking people were the same way with Bayonetta. People are revisionist historying the fact that happened to Bayo, but, you know, whatever. Gameplay seemed fun enough. And it's, like, their first game that isn't, like, a mobile thing. Oh yeah, so let's go talk to Wikipedia's up here. Oh yeah, and there's still like some soda can thing that she's into. Which I'm like, oh, okay, that's cute. Yeah, thank you, Aaron, for the 40. What's up? Let me go click this here. Have some stellar blade pennies. Yeah. I'll see how things are looking. Once I get this clear, I gotta look at how much time I have before other things too. We got Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door remake. I gotta play that. I'm excited for that. I've never beaten the Thousand-Year Door. I played a good chunk of it. But I also just watched. It was also in an era where I watched people do Let's Plays a lot, so I've seen like all of it. Like I know like the ending and like that. You going to play OG Paper Mario beforehand? Yes. I do want to do that. Originally I wanted to do a marathon where we go through all of them, and then I realized I'll die. So now. I'll play Paper Mario 1. You can't stream TTYD, you'll give Nick too much power. It's okay, I'll just make fun of Color Splash without playing it over and over again. It'll be okay. Don't worry, he won't get too cocky. It's all good. Stop after Super Paper Mario. Oh, I know. A lot of people try to go, it's like, oh no, Super Paper Mario is also a bad one. It's like, no. We like Mario games with a nice personality in the paper form, with a bunch of interesting characters and story stuff, and that stops after Super Paper Mario. Then they basically reboot the series with Sticker Star. Then they they make it a little better in Color Splash, but that's some gamepad shit that would make me want to kill myself. And Origami King is like a step in the right direction, but it has that major problem I have with the Paper Mario games of like, our villain is colored pencils, and I'm like, fucking shut up, asshole. You're getting close. The combat system in Origami King looks cool. I will say that. But I'm like, you fucking, I don't want to fight a protractor or whatever. I have not listened to any of the tracks. I listened to a track from Mario and Luigi Paper Jam and went, yeah, fucking Mario and Luigi games really are the secret fucking Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. I listened to one and went, man, this is fucking unbelievable. Yoko really can't be bested.
No use calling Ambrosia now.
Yeah, there's no use calling her here. This is a sanctuary. But Clive, there was literally only one person who lived here, and they only lived here for 15 minutes of game time. It's like, I'm sorry, we're made on the 14 engine. This is a sanctuary. I think the complaints of the Legionary Stationary were overblown. Maybe I'm just easy to please. I just want the main bosses to be like a new Mario design, man. Remember when we had like the fucking Koopa Bros? Or like the fucking Sergeant like Shy Guy or like Tubba Blubba or some shit? Or I don't know, fucking the Rock Hawk? Like hook me up there. Make those like your tentpole villain. Huff and Puff and shit. That's what I look for in villains, where I'm like, oh, there's like this new RPG Mario villain. You can just fucking get in there. I don't want fucking colored pencils. I'm sure the writing's fine. That was also kind of like the cope when Color Splash came out, and they're like, so who cares if they're all toads with like, you know, nothing interesting going on? The writing really hits, and I'm like, yeah, we need both. I need both of these because they achieved both of them before. I can't give them uppies just because they have achieved one of these when they used to achieve two at the same time.
Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Should
Or if you want Mr. L and Smash. I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. We got fucking Dr. Mario in there, so I don't see why not. Thank you, Bro Swagginess, by the way. How's the 16 replay going? It's going mostly fine. We're doing the last minute side quests here, so we won't be beating the game on this stream, but we'll have a fun DLC and final boss filled stream in the next one. I'm trying to keep myself awake so that I can get my schedule back. The crew wanted to, like, hang out in the evening and do stuff, and I'm in that period where I keep going to bed in the afternoon. I can't push myself too much, though. I used to be able to do, like, the stay up for a day type of thing, but parts of my body genuinely start getting in pain and shutting down because I'm old and tired and I'm going to die by the age of 36. In what universe game were you like, target the guy across the map and not the enemy directly next to me? Staggered. Went to bed at 10:30. It felt wrong. Yeah, it just comes down to, like, you know, I just can't ride or die for like 20 hours. Yesterday I decided to get a little high afterward. And I felt like I was almost like pulling the center of my chest muscle, and I was like, okay. I had to like plank in bed. It was not a good vibe. I was a little concerned. So the opposite of him. Let's not focus on him. He's gone.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough.
He's gone because his PC is gone. Yeah, not that he's dead. It's just his PC isn't here, so he's not an online person anymore. That's how we figured this out. All right. Oh. Dude, imagine living offline. Sounds so good. Nah, there's nothing cool. It's like you play a couple of games. Go to sleep. There's nothing there. I need, like, videos and podcasts and stuff. Someone's like, I gotta get away from the discourse. And I'm like, if I can... Don't look at it. Look away from the screen. My favorite genre is someone going like, yo, what's up, dude? I'm way more mature now. I don't get to any arguments. I don't look at any of this discourse. I saw someone saying the game I didn't like was bad, but don't worry. They're stupid, and I won. I'm so mature. And I'm like, dude, you're 22 years old. It is not Jordan. Jordan is knee deep in any discourse, if asked. I'll just sometimes see people that are like in their early 20s going, acting like they're above certain things. I'm like, no, you're not. You're posturing very loudly. You're puffing your chest a little bit. It's okay. It's okay, honey. You know, I always thought back in the day that I was not gonna be like this. That I was not gonna be that guy who talks shit about young people. Like I was very, especially online. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Because some people gave me that shit, and I'm like, you can't do that, dude. Come on. You don't have to go in on me like this, you know? Why do you think I'm cringe? I'm just someone talking to you on Skype. I'm only 16. What's the problem here? Now I look and I go, yeah, I get it. I understand. Though, to be fair, all those people that talk shit about me in that way, or try to give me some stuff there, I'm like, they're ontologically evil. The only thing that changed here is that I feel that as well. Now, with people that are younger. Where I see them, they're like, I've gone through a lot. This is the new me. And I'm like, the new you is going to change about 17 times. Alright?
Come on.
I never thought of myself to be the type of person that said, you know, to even flirt with the type of statement of, yeah, I think you're, like, too young until you, like, turn 26. Then you're, like, locked in. But that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm always... You're always in your fucked up little chrysalis.
That can't be Rutherford, can it?
Rutherford moment. Oh, nice. The Fall Guys getting good reviews. I was talking about that earlier, something I wanted to say. Bullet Train Brothers, we win again. I remember we watched Bullet Train with Alto after seeing it with some other people, and they didn't like it at all, and I considered disowning them. But I was like, it's okay. Everyone can have one miss. It was really funny, because not only were they not feeling it, but fucking Jordan tried to say that it's like it has Suda energy, and that specifically really upset Alto, and I'm like, hell yeah, dude, it does have that energy. I knew exactly how the way Jordan was trying to convey it. Fucking my dog was not having it. I was gonna start calling my friend a slur. Also, like, shoegaze. Is it shoegaze or shoegazi? I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I have to ask this question every time I see it. I'm always afraid of saying the wrong one, because then people will make fun of me. Because I'm a 31-year-old man going, how do you say this word, guys? Can we, like, tap in a little bit? Let's go, Swifties. It's whichever is funnier at the time. Ah, okay. They look at the shoes the whole time they're playing. Ah, okay. Can you, like, open... Okay, this is an openable door. My beloved sons, I've always loved you and shit. Just so you know. Oh, yeah, this is the Joshua quest.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
That Cyril fella's an odd fish, don't you think?
Well, scholarly sorts like him always.
Why won't the sky go back to hell?
Oh, no, that shit is literally down there. And I was looking at the map and trying to, like, guesstimate. Oh yeah, the funniest shit when you do the Joshua and Jill quest and they're like, they will be with you the entire time for the rest of them, which is basically a it almost basically does nothing. It kind of makes the combat, I guess, a little easier, maybe. But that is real funny. I genuinely forgot that was a feature that these had, too. Oh shit, this is to start a quest. It's not even to progress one. Oh, good fucking Christ. Alright, just stack it up. What's up, Jordan, under the cloak?
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Terrorist coded these side quests. It's like, I get it. You're setting up finales and, in a way, like, one last look at, you know, characters in these zones, right?
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
But what I would have done would have been to start finishing these up after the Bahamut segment. Start sunsetting some of these zones. Make it so that by the time you go into Ash, you've knocked out most of these. Ideally, if you're gonna make the country of Ash really like nothing, where you just kind of like go to that village, go fight Odin in the tower, go to Stone here. Then I would just finish up every side quest before that, because this is also in another version where Origin doesn't exist because you end the game in Storm here. Because it feels like the game just ends there. I feel like in the formatting of an RPG, you do like the final set of side quests, and then you have a good chunk of the main story left, so that you can focus on it. Because this start-stop shit's crazy. Even fucking 14 doesn't do this.
Nice try.
I mean, I guess there's plenty of side quests in 14 around it, but fucking we don't do those. They're bad. I don't even think they give you experience anymore. Or at least not enough for it to matter. Yeah, they barely do, so it just feels like there's no reason to do it. If I need to grind in that game, when a new expansion's coming out, which is, you know, what I'm going to be doing at the end of next month, I'm just going to run a dungeon we already did again. An impressive display of strength. Rebirth nailed the RPG aspect that going back to 16 feels like whiplash. Yeah, I know, especially in like the quest stuff, because me going, yeah, once you, not to spoil too much about Rebirth at all, it's like once you get near the end of the game, they do the same thing this game does, but it's like 50% less. And there's over 2 chapters worth of main story content left past it. So it becomes this thing of, okay, they're not going to interrupt the pace. This ensures that no one is going to have an experience of the end of the game final boss stuff isn't, oh my god, he hit a wall and reset his health to full. You don't have a moment where someone's memory of the game isn't, I did 4 hours of side quests and then the game ended after 30 minutes. They hit a boundary and they coded it so that he fully heals. You know why? Because they're evil. They're evil in every way. No, let's get you back closer to the back here. Let's not have you trying to escape, alright? I've learned my lesson now. I just realized the tornado is just an easy Mega Flare dodge proc. Why does the stagger bar decrease right to left for smaller enemies and left to right to larger enemies like Behemoth? How have I not realized this? Why does it do it like that? This isn't a problem. Just why? Oh yeah, Mega Flare charges way faster now, and if you pop out of the form, you retain all the meters that you built up so far. I watched the new Maddie video, and you were right about how he talks about Starfield should be an endless game or whatever. I get the perspective he's coming from, where, when he said that, okay, fucking Fallout 4 came out, and within a year you had 2 entire unique story DLCs, I do get it on that. But the way he talks about it without giving you that context every time makes it sound like, alright, so this is an 80-hour RPG, but where's the fucking games as a service endless game content? And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? This is weird. I don't know, I'm the JRPG guy. I would never consider shit like that being, like, normal. People ask, like, when are they gonna do like a 7 Rebirth DLC? And every single time it's come up in conversation, I'm like, I hope they don't. Just make the next one. The game was like 1 million hours long. I'm good. What was Vince up to in his coffin adventures? It turns out he was sleeping. And gooning. The Yuffie DLC made a lot of sense to include in some way, where it was like, oh, okay, that works. Where they are right now, there's not a lot of good angles, at least off the top of my head they could do. Especially if they wanted to feel anything like what Yuffie's DLC was. It'd have to be something really contrived, like, in the time it took Sid to fix the, you know, to do this thing, he's got to go over and, like, go on this adventure. And it's like, what? I guess we could fit something here. It's like a really bit of a struggle to fit something in there. So, yeah, I'm like, nah. Just, if they announce one, you know I'm going to pop off. But, like, personally, I don't see the need. I feel like Zach's got his stuff. He got a little reunion of his own, like, over a year ago that I think's good enough.
Good girl. Here we are again. Karava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide? It looks like we found him.
That was easy. You couldn't even finish your line read of looking for him by the time we found him. Ow! What the fuck happened there? Ow, 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 ow. And let's match satellite too. If you have satellite going, you can mash while charging Mega Flare. Yeah, so long as you're using the cast magic button, they count it. You can also use satellite while using Ramu's iconic skill. So while you're getting the shot lock, like blind justice stuff, you can have that shooting off. I like how they changed the name of Huge Materia and Rebirth to the degree that I actually had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. I was like, man, I wonder what this Magnus materia is about. And I'm clueless, having not realized until I think someone in chat finally said that name, Huge, and I went, wait a minute, oh. Alright, let's skip your quest where she's like, I want to make the game more boring. And I'm like, yeah, good for you. English isn't my, isn't my first. Ah, okay. Thought it was like Magnet. Oh, yeah, some of the English names that they replace with, I'm with Hey Talk, they're real bad. I had no idea what, I thought Ascension was just like something new, and then they were like, no, that's Clim Hazard. I'm like, you had a good name right there, dude. Dude. Use that. Give me your side bread, dude. I've been annoyed about this ever since when, you know, they put out KH2 and they're like, actually Ragnarok's called Infinity now. Just for this game. I'm like, no. And don't get me fucking started on KH3 fucking calling, once more withstand combo. Genuinely, someone's got to go to jail. Someone's like, I couldn't figure out which one they were. Then learn, motherfucker. Second chance is giving you a second chance after getting hit by something hard. Once more is because of combos. One more. The implication of multiple.
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that's how you do that. It's like, they needed a third person between Byron and the Dhalmekian guy, and we picked Quentin because, as it turns out, Quentin's arc is complete, so they needed to, like, find some way to get him in. They're like, here's our withstand combo move. And I'm like, God, dude, man. You withstand the combo. It's not a good name. Fucking 10,000 for that? Whatever, I guess I'll take the level. The Tri-Unity Accord. And in the end, that's an important quest to set up, like, that certain governments will be able to bounce back after the apocalyptic events. Thought once more reference once more into the breach. I mean, probably. It could be that. I just always tried to use context clues in their names to denote what their meaning is. Once more, one more. After taking multiple hits, that kind of thing. Second chance is like, oh, I got hit by the thing, but if I have one more chance, you know, at it.
Thank the founder you were safe.
It's how I'm able to get them into my head and understand them. Any magic you want to appear in KH4? Yeah, I'd like to see gravity come back in some way. I imagine the old purple gravity. That's kind of what I would want to see, but I think that they've kind of killed that in exchange for zero gravity and magnet being those kind of elements. But so I guess magnet could be nice. Ruin would be neat. Ruin's kind of neat. I'd also like to see time magic come back. Stuff like stop. It's still represented in Cage, at least. People using stop all the time. Lubor's like, hey, can you do my quest to solve racism? And I'm like, do I have to?
Of course.
Do I have to do the quest where the children solve racism by saying, don't stone this guy? And they were like, oh, okay, cool.
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Wouldn't mind Arrow coming back. I'm kind of good on that one because we just got it. You know, we did have it in 3. So I was like, maybe we could slot it in for something else.
If we not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Furder.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
I feel like you never lose fire, blizzard, and thunder and cure. So I think the ones I would pick if you gave me the choice would be magnet. I'd put in magnet, stop, and quake. Because outside the commands, outside the BBS, we didn't really get earth magic.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
Yeah, let's not keep them waiting. Let's teleport to the thing really close to it. What am I doing? We're doing side quests. Change this difficulty out. I don't need these fights to be so, like, long on this fucking mode. There we go. I said I was going to do this earlier, and then I just never did. Yeah, I think a Spellblade system would be pretty nice.
What's waiting for us inside?
Imbue your Keyblade with additional stuff. It all comes down to what additional system the Keyblade's going to have this time. Whether it's form changes or other things. Drive forms.
We can't leave a single one alive.
Let's see if Zontets can go through their protects or not. If they don't, I'll complain about it. Yeah, we got it. What was the name of that one move in KH3 Remind where Sora and Mickey get like a team attack together? I always forget what it is. All I know is that in Japanese it's called Hopping Holy and it's hilarious. It's not Pearl. It's like an entire special name. I know what the orb is. Pearly Gates or something. Yeah, it's something that's not as good as the term Hopping Holy. Yeah, Remind, and tragically they didn't patch them into the base game, which I wish they did. Gave a lot of team attacks. You just gotta prioritize keeping party members alive and staying closer to them, because it raises the invisible meter more.
The League is disbanded.
How fickle fate can be.
Let me get the ones in Ash. Yeah, they try to avoid the religious connotations. Yeah, you think Flare is like a fiery thing, but it's actually like a strong non-elemental magic. Help, I'm stuck in trees. Flare and Ultima are kind of like... They're kind of like how you have Megidolaon, and then you have another one that's like Morningstar. Leave me alone, dude. I'm just trying to progress.
Come on.
It's an X prompt. You know, that's just like Final Fantasy 15. I'm trying to interact with a thing, and all it's doing is making me jump. That makes sense. That's why I fucked this up. Yeah, build variety was fun.
No holding back.
Yeah, it's that really inconvenient fucking terrain. "16 Bells" is so mid that they didn't even put it in Theater Rhythm. They added a bunch of 16 songs in there, and they're like, oh yeah, that battle theme's bad, so we're just not putting it in. And I'm like, good. Good, man. Oh, is this the Holocaust quest? I think it is.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of disposed of.
The what? The subject matter of what they do to the people in this quest really reads like some things that, you know, happened during the Holocaust.
There's only one way to find out.
You have to investigate all the notes, and you go near like this the tree and the gravestone and everything. Torgal, calm down. Your panting is freaking me out.
A forked white tree.
Here it is.
This must be the place.
I have a good memory of most of this stuff here. They do a lot of bad stuff to bearers, specifically in this region. We also have that other quest where they just start feeding them in a coliseum. The public domain / sound effect is really good at letting you know that the enemy's dead, but it's also real funny hearing it. I can't get over whenever someone posts like a One Piece clip and it's always like the most lavishly animated thing you've ever seen now, but it has every sound effect from 50 years ago, so it kind of like takes some of the punch out of it for me.
Let's get the registry back to Herman.
I'm like, not even Dragon Ball Super use some of these sound effects, bro. They're just doing like a weird doink. I'm hearing like the key energy blast noise from like an episode of 90s Dragon Ball.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashyyyk. I need to hurry.
Where Fusion Reborn used the Mega Man X Buster charge sound effect. Yeah, you can feel like similarities in sound effects and a lot of stuff. sometimes you're like, oh shit, it's that thing from this other thing. That's cute how they use that. Feels like that happens less now.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls?
I was like, why did it change the pan here? Oh, it's to let you know it's locked. Yuck. What's a sound effect that's warped in your brain? Like KH menu sounds. I make that glugging noise based on Banjo-Tooie, so that's kind of locked in. I think that one lucky sound effect from Paper Mario. That was pretty good.
So this place was no ordinary
The Silent Hill menu noises. Beep beep. Boom. Yeah, KH sound effects, like, live forever because they don't change them ever, except for Birth by Sleep that had different ones on the PSP version only, and then were brought back to the originals on the remasters, which, you know, I'm back and forth on. I like the consistency that, you know, they're uniform, but also that game was a bit weird. That game had different ones. It went, like, instead of the more high-pitched dinging, it had more of a deeper sound. Dong, dong, dong. Yeah, they did a state of play thing where they turn it on and it plays some sort of Kingdom Hearts related sound. You know we pop the fuck off. That'd be some stuff, some juice. But I wouldn't expect a KH4 Reap reveal at a state of play anyway. A showcase from PlayStation, yes, but, you know, not like a state of play that's a bit more higher profile.
Have care. Caution, brother.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
Quiet. Caution, brother.
Was there stairs down here? No? Okay. This happened the first time I played this. I never have any idea where I'm going.
Have care. Quiet.
They really do keep hammering how shitty bearers were treated. Yeah, it's weird because they kind of... You know, plenty of people take umbrage with this. They drop a lot of the bearer shit past the first chunk of the game. And then shift. And then they kind of bring it back at the end. And it's really unfortunate because some of the stuff they do at the end, they should have put in the beginning. Like the lore that there was a bearer uprising, and that's the reason they're treated badly. It's because there was a war between them and non-bearers. But you only get that in a side quest, and it's a side quest that literally spawns now. How'd the bears lose? Less of them than there are normal people. And they pushed their bodies too hard, they turned to stone. Then, going forward, and I don't even have to read the lore to be here, you look at every single bearer nowadays, they're emaciated slaves, so they can't, like, learn good combat skills or anything. And they're not, like, super built. So their constitution ends up being way lower.
Minimal loss of Waloed lives. And what happens when they run out of even...
I don't even know if it's like them trying to make up for it either, because it becomes this thing of like, it's not like it's post-launch content, you know? Just feels like the story, you know, stopped being about them for a bit.
Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
I guess almost in a way like this comes from someone who writes a scenario for an MMO where it's like this part of the story is about the Empire's place, you know. This one's about Razatan, this one's about, you know, kind of like that. But for this scenario it kind of feels a little bit clunkier. Okay, yeah, let's use the stairs. I feel like the Ultima stuff brings the story down too much. It's the one time where it's like, nah, you did not need the ethereal secret super boss, actually. Honestly, if you kind of just made it so it's like, oh, okay, Barnabas is actually the main villain, you could probably pull something out. Or you make Ultima Necron. Because, like, a person could think that Necron in Final Fantasy IX is lame. But, like, Kuja's there the whole time, like, as an active antagonist. They just, like, bring in the last thing to reinforce the theme, so it becomes this thing of, like, well, it doesn't ruin the previous villain, you know? It's still, like, fine. Outside of My Hero, the other scenario writers are new writers from Dino Kuni at P5. That's awesome. That explains why they show all the villains in, like, a prison cell in the previous mission. That's what the Persona 5 guy did.
See what we can find down here.
If Ultima was just a God Barnabas worship, that would improve things a good amount. Yeah.
Survivor. And she sounds close. It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Yeah, it's always their prerogative to do things how they handle things. Ultimately, I'm, you know, them making... I always jump between I feel like they handled things in this game, like, pretty badly overall. But it's like, it's their prerogative to go for a story that is of this type and that kind of thing. I never want to come off like I'm never gonna... I'm not gonna say they can't do one of these, you know. They can't make something in this setting. That said, if they said Final Fantasy XVII was a Matsuno was back and was making an Evilise, I'd be like, oh god, please fucking shoot me in the head. just wanted to throw that one out there. Just take me out now, brother. Isn't Evilise part of 14? It is. They wrote some stuff and they have like their own version of that stuff. I was just like, please don't. Give me something like fantastical, maybe with maybe a hint of sci-fi in there. Please, God. I do not need my knights, and I just really don't want another Final Fantasy with a European voice cast. I'm like, can we just get like a Western flavor here, if possible? How do I get out there? Oh, wait, no, I see it. I see it. There's a little gap right there. Ito would be neat. I don't think he wants to do it anymore. His last thing was Dungeon Encounters, which was an incredibly cheap game, but, you know, neat. I don't know if he wants to headline a big... He seems mostly game mechanics focused. For people who don't know, Ito's like the dude who created Active Time Battle. Very huge mover and shaker from the earlier games. Space fantasy would also be nice. I'm just like anything but fucking swords and castles and people talking in European accents. Hear me out, versus 13. It's over, my friend. Alright, proc it now. I was just trying to get the multiplier up so these hit harder.
Sid, are you hurt?
This is a long load. There we go. Oh, they're bringing us all back here. Okay. Aaron Lime now. Be gone. It's always one of those unfortunate ones where they're like, you gotta wrap around, like, two different directions. New Thor video. Oh, that's good.
Come on. Faster.
Stuck. There we go.
Might this be Mickelberg?
Be safe.
Yo, what's up, weird cult people?
Salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Ah, yes, the cult of Ultima. It's like the cult of Kefka in 6. We're gonna go up a tower. Oh yeah, we end up fighting the Fallen in this one. That's right. I like the moments when Clive, like, enters, like, an even more, like, aggressive cycle. He's like, stay down! Okay, that was good value. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have another wave after this. No, we're not. Okay. Wait. Yes, we are.
What now?
They're doing some sort of special thing. Oh, okay. That thing takes them down there. Okay. You gonna bring something new up? Fiery Giant. Yeah, episode Deuce guy Noctis doing his Dark Knight read.
I've killed your kind before.
Kind of funny, XCast final episode. Yeah, I can't believe Tim Geddes canceled another show. Crazy. To be fair to them, they're essentially not canceled in a way. Whenever they do a game cast episode now that is specific to that, they're gonna put it in the same podcast feed of those shows at least. Their brand changes are pretty decent enough ideas. I've seen much dumber change-ups in someone's content setup before. Oh. Something I learned hard in the my first playthrough is if you're mid-move and you're like, oh, I should pop a limit break here, this will do a bit more damage. Never do that. Limit break is a universal cancel in this game. Whatever you're doing, you pop that, it's gone. You're not doing it anymore. Don't be like me hitting the start of a Mega Flare, hitting Limit Break, and going, oh, that move's just gone now. Oh, does it not do that in the when you do the Phoenix move? I don't think I've ever used that move once. Maybe I did it in the like Chronolith trials when I tried that. Drop to Cyril. Yes, can you please teleport me 27 yalms forward, please? I'd appreciate that. Just a little bit of a hookup. This is a long load for that, too. Alright, it wasn't even 27, it was 25. Cool. What else? Alright, let's check this out. Yalms. Koji Fox will pay. Yep, same measurement they do in 14.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
I won't give them shit over yalms when you think about it. Like, some people do meters, some people do, you know, do feet away. It's almost like the reason that Uematsu did Latin chanting in music was entirely because, well, no one will get mad if I do this, because everyone will be blind to it.
He was with us. Would have made all the difference.
How much ash we got? Big news, folks. We're like 95% done with the game at this point. Happy to say that we got ourselves a good amount of magic dash. 2191.
It's just back there.
Joshua. Joshua will stay with you forever because he loves you. Because you're brothers. Upon defeating the Joshua one, another side quest has now spawned within the hideaway. I'm pretty sure it's Jill's. Or it might be. Whatever it is, it's in the form of a missive. The cadence of characters speaking slowed down by 10 times by the end. Like, I swore they spoke faster in the beginning. It's hard to tell, you know? Okay, it is Jill's. It's one of those where it's like, is it because I want it to stop, or is it just like suddenly everything's just slowing down? It's like when you're almost there, almost at a location, and you're like, we're almost there. He will join you in the final boss now. Oh, okay, I'll do that for Jill so she can join me too. Quest is about Jill. It involves us going to Man's Hill. What do they mean by this? Now let's go. Oh god, they're making me go to the backyard. It's the most out of the way location in the entire hub.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Of course they will. It's just a big crystal. How hard could it be?
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our shelves haven't gone bare.
Yes, but how long will it last?
Baby.
That should tide us over until the new moon.
Do you know where I can get this thing? No, I don't. Oh, okay. I guess the quest can end then. Oh, what do you mean you found it?
And how might I help the garrison today?
I imagine it's fine in both, and they kind of like... I imagine for the cutscenes it's good. For the side quest stuff, it's all like pre-canned movement, you know? So they can kind of like... There's no cutscene direction on side quests is what I'm saying, so they never have to worry about the prose being longer. Directed cutscenes, the dialogue's faster, so I imagine it's... doesn't really have that problem. Doesn't have the thing in like FF10 where a character had to say yes in Japanese, so they go, hi. So you would then get it in FF10 English where they go, okay. I got it, Telwaka. Fucking love Tito's, dude. What a guy. Oh, shit. Is that a literal dinosaur? No, it's like a weird fucking bird thing. I saw a raptor and went, wait.
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
They didn't lip sync the JP one. That's weird. I think it was the strangest when they didn't do it for... what was it? Ghost of Tsushima. They added a Japanese voice track to that game for the authentic like Kurosawa style, but they did not do lip sync for it. The definitive version finally got it in though. I think it's because they used a lot of pre-rendered stuff. You're a hunt, aren't you? I was like, if I can't target an enemy in the field, that means that they're a specialized one. Shout out to my man, the Prince of Death. The Prince of Pain. Yup. Hi, Ziva. Reminds me of the Seath hunts from 13. Oh yeah, a little bit. Alright, see you later, Aaron. Yeah, I'm gonna be ending soonish. Once I have all this cleared up, I gotta get out of here. I'll probably, like, go out to eat or something. Something to distract me. Maybe hit up some stores or something. Run out the clock. I've been up since midnight for reference, chat, so I'm trying to find ways to reset the schedule a little bit. I can only do so much when I'm in my own home going, yeah, but I'm tired, though. But if I'm outside, I'm like, well, I'm not inside, and I can't sleep on the ground. America is very anti-homeless. How fucking dare you, in the middle of that move, do that? It's all I have. I love moves that are 20 seconds long and he can't get staggered until it's done. I love it, Charlie. They're also anti-homeowner because of how hard it is to get one. You say Cage? In regards to what? ...20-second skills. Oh, I was just talking about the fact that it's like the stagger's ready to pop, and I'd like to really feel it. I only really notice it in this specific way with these games. With games that have a stagger window, and primarily this one, where it's like, we've started a move, and we're like functionally like invincible in that way. And I'm like, I get it in Kingdom Hearts, where it's like, oh, we're doing a desperation move because we're like this big boss, and I'm like, this is a generic mob. If a Neo Shadow put me in a 30-second defensive state, you'd hear about it from me on the news. It's the edge of that. Every minor enemy turns into a rune bear. Yeah, oof. Ah, here we go. Turns out that hunt was super optional. It wasn't even near where we had to go. That's fine. I was gonna have to do it anyway. Popped. Get imagine having a free work schedule. Yeah, it, you know, self-employment is cool, but it's also really easy to screw everything up.
Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
Oh god, I have like no healing too. Oh, this is the pits. I should probably limit break. That'll get me a little bit of HP back. Yeah, do that, go into Raging Fists. There we go, we get the halfway stagger. Mandate of Heaven, it looks like. What do you mean new enemies approach? I'm in the middle of this guy right now. You don't you worry about that. How did I die? I guess something like did a hyper aggressive like multi hit from that. I didn't even feel like my health was low. Or at least not in the red. That was weird. It even placed me in the wrong direction. I just auto-saved after we beat the other guy. Yeah, the grassy landscapes are definitely like a 14, you know. They know, you know, their zone designers are definitely still there. You might want to go and restock on heals. Don't worry, I'm fine. I was considering it, but since chat said it, I have a strict anti-backseating policy. So now we can't go. Yeah, this is actually a game that could use a roguelike mode. You start a run with different icons, build up towards stuff, unlock new skills. A lot of stuff conducive to that style of play in this. How do you like the game? Not getting a PS5 for it, but it looks good enough to get for PC when it releases. In terms of other FFs, I'd say it's a bit weaker in terms of it's not really an RPG, really. And story-wise, I have like various issues in pacing stuff, but you know, I imagine when it hits PC and with mods, it can be fun. And also, you know, everyone's different. It's still fun enough for me to have played through it 2 times, so it can't be too bad, you know. Oops. Help up. Alright, there we go. Yeah, let's get these guys close together. Here we go. Is it tepid? I can deal with weird, but Maz just... It's a type of story I'm not too into. It's a bit more of a dour. Bit more of dour themes a little bit. A bit more reserved in its color palette and style. There's some cool epic boss fights in it. I just feel like this I didn't fuck with the story as much as I have other FFs. But plenty of people are like, this is peak. The main character story is much like my own, so it depends on the person. It's fine. I give it like a 7 overall, but it's definitely, you know, pretty polished, and its highlights are pretty good. When it's like a big epic boss fight or something, I'm like, alright, this is hitting pretty good. I haven't played Matsuno games. Is it like this? Not really. Matsuno games also have some, like, political intrigue it tries to hit on a little bit, but I feel like they're a bit more interesting, and they're a little bit more fantastical than this is. This is, like, much more low-grade in its fantasy and colored elements and stuff. Like I could see someone who likes 12 who doesn't like this, or someone who likes this who may not like 12. Just skipping through these as we're on the replay here. And I think they're teleporting us somewhere else. No, they're just loading something up here. Okay, we're getting a level out of it too, thank God. Anyway, we've finally done what the game has wanted me to do. I have now unlocked the DLC. For those wondering, they locked the DLC behind you doing Joshua and Jill's quests. The only thing left to do before I can do DLC and final boss is the hunts. So let's eliminate the rest of these hunts. We're doing those tomorrow, but I would like to get these hunts cleared. But as it stands, we now have done every side quest in the game. That was wonderful. I will never do that again. Okay, what's remaining? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ugh. That's a lot. This is worse than the Souls games unlock DLC mechanic. Nah, this is at least sober. They're just like, you did a couple of side quests before the final boss. Here's your DLC quest markers. I have to Google, how do I access this? How do I enter the painted world? How do I do the old hunters or whatever? Alright, let me pull up a thing here for this. I might only do like one of these. I'm getting pretty drained. Do some of these off screen. But I do want to at least get a good weapon on screen. So let's head to Royal Meadows. Yeah, I couldn't get something really good until about now. Where's Royal Meadows even at? That's like Sam Breck. Yeah, it's Dalmec. Oh, I think this might be one of those where I haven't unlocked this one. I haven't unlocked this, obelisk. Yes, that is what happened. It is there. Alright, we'll start at Northreach and go north. And
how might I help the garrison today?
I'm interested in what mods and stuff will be able to come out for this once it hits PC. I can see them rebalancing some stuff, maybe making some parts a little harder. Doing some wacky stuff. I know the first thing I'm going to see is that all the characters are going to be naked, but I'm interested in what other mods besides that. I don't know what it is about Hollow Knight. I just can't get into it. I was trying it again recently, and I'm like, I don't know. There's something about it. It's clearly a fine game, just... And, you know, I'm told it must be a popular game. People talk about Silksong daily. Anyway, I'm sure we'll be seeing Silksong in a month. It's either showing up at the Xbox show or the Jeff Keighley show, and I imagine after, on either of them, the date will be hyper close. I wouldn't be surprised they're like, if they either shadow drop it, put it out the same day, or it comes out like within like a month or two. Ain't for everyone. Yeah, it just kind of felt like a little too big. A little overwhelming, I guess. It's got nice art. I respect Metroidvanias and whatnot. Here we go.
Be safe.
I like how this guy's like a good guy, and you could like, we could totally like be comrades. But tragically, he lacks critical information. Taught myself to forget the games are in development, because I got tired thanks to 13, 15, and KH3. Yeah, it happened. That's what I do, you know? I'm just like... I have no, I have no reason to think about certain games for, like, long periods. I'm like, it's gonna come out. And there's plenty of other games that come out that, within the cracks, I have enough interests in other things that I don't have to, like, worry about, oh no, this one thing is, been on ice for a bit. Never saw what happens after Odin. Is this endgame cleanup? Yep. We defeated Odin, pushed through the next area. Villain laid out all of his motivations, and now we're, final boss is open. We're just doing some hunts now. Also, DLC's open, so we're gonna be starting tomorrow with DLC stuff. Alright, you got me a little nervous, dude. I'm just gonna pop a Mega Flare while healing. Oh boy, Mirage High Dive. Whew. Oh, shit. Fudge that up. I was about to say, where the hell are you? Ah, damn it. His fucking AI went far away enough that the game forgot where he was. The worst possible option. The game bugged him out. That's always a shame. They're like, your battle was too badass and the AI was stupid. Ran out of the arena and then fully refilled its health. I'm like, maybe you shouldn't have made it like that. Maybe he should walk back with his current health value. How about that? I can't... It's crazy that I've never seen that happen before, and it's happened twice in the past hour. Kinda crazy.
Do you see anything you like?
Played through this game twice, and then it just only popped up now.
And a fine, fine day to you.
It's okay. I was playing a bit more reserved because we had no healing, so I'll just go ahead and fill these all up now. This will not be a problem now. Never feels good. Mostly because we're on the tail end of a stream too, you know? So it's like, bro, come on. Alright, let's get to work. How dare you leave at a time like this? Well, that hurt. Alright, back to full. We'll stay around this area instead of taking him out toward the hills. He keeps thinking about going AWOL. People haven't seen this. When you're in this winged stance, you have to, if you get precision dodges, you build up a mega flare meter. When it hits 4, you can unleash this thing for big AoE damage for a while. And then, of course, you got this mode where you just build up through cooldowns and using a special weapon to build up these on Tetsken meter. So it's a lot like 14, where it's like you build up a meter to unlock stuff. Unlock your bigger moves. Oh yeah, I forgot we have to go to 5 with his. Okay. Let's get the stagger in. Ah, he already had Mirage Dive prepped. Alright. Ow, 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 ow. Pop. Okay. And cleared. Phantom March. Okay, yeah, this is the most this is the most Mirage Dive we've ever had, dude. Crazy. I respect your hustle, but it's time to go. Poor guy. He didn't even know that everything's actually fine. We didn't even have to kill this guy.
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Yeah, it would have been very convenient too, dude. Yeah, I'm excited to see what FF14's new job stuff's gonna be. I want to see what they do to due to the Dragoon.
What's that for you, dear?
What am I missing on you? I need another Dark Steel and a Battle Horn. Oh yeah, I forgot some of these, like, need a lot of stuff. On these, yeah, they're spread out that I'd have to do 4 or 5 hunts here to get everything. Alright, I can do that off stream. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a stream of both DLCs of this game. One I played and one I haven't. We'll do Echoes of the Fallen. And then we'll do the Rising Tide, which I have not played. Very excited to check it out. And then we'll make for Origin and beat the game. This is kind of the filler stream in a way. But I had a good time. I'm going to get out of here. I'd like to thank you guys for chilling with me. Appreciate that so much. Hope you enjoyed the, like, mostly morning stream. And thank you to Aaron and Freaky Ponriki for the donations today. And, yeah, we'll finish up FF16 tomorrow with the 5th stream. That's going to do it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Whew, boy.